Chapter 29:16. Gu Fei wasn't worried about Ming Qiong's disappearance at all because he had placed a restriction on him. As long as Ming Qiong's cultivation was lower than his, he would have to listen to him obediently. Once Gu Fei passed the quasi-supreme heavenly tribulation, Ming Qiong would have no chance of regaining his freedom. Gu Fei yearned to go to the outer realm. What kind of world was that exactly? Could there be a great world that even an extreme Tao Prime could not discover? The mortal realm and the heaven realm were two complete and independent worlds, which were also Yuan Tianqing's big world. However, ever since the mortal world was broken in the primordial era, it was no longer complete. The Grand Tao was incomplete, so the only world that could be considered a complete world was the heavenly realm. Perhaps the outer realm was also a large world, but whether it was the human realm or the heaven realm, there were no records of the outer realm. To Gu Fei and all living beings, the outer realm was a foreign place. Inside the Celestial Wolf City's Lord's Mansion, Gu Fei was listening to the Celestial Wolf Ancestors report on what happened in the northern snowy region after he left. Gu Fei was a little disappointed because he still hadn't heard anything about Zhao Ziru from the Celestial Wolf Ancestor. Some said that the Zhao clan's goddess had already left the heavenly realm. Some people even said that the goddess of the Zhao family had encountered a great opportunity and entered an unknown world. Of course, these were just rumors that the Celestial Wolf Ancestor had heard. The primordial Zhao clan in the heavenly realm had disappeared again, and all the higher-ups had gone missing. This was because Gu Fei had returned. Of course, there were still people in charge of the primordial Zhao clan's territory. Some cities and spiritual lands full of vitality needed to be managed. Gu Fei didn't have time to bother with these guys. The Zhao clan in the heavenly realm was nothing to him. They were just a cultivation clan that he had crippled. They couldn't cause any trouble. Did I enter another world? Gu Fei couldn't help but ponder after hearing the Celestial Wolf Ancestor's words. Perhaps there really was a passage to another unknown world in the northern snowy region. Perhaps Zhao Ziru had really encountered her opportunity. More than a month later, Gu Fei left the northern snowy region with Yin Er. He vaguely felt that there was a great secret hidden in the northern snowy region. However, this kind of big secret was not something he could explore right now. After leaving the northern snowy region, Gu Fei brought Yin Er to the southern mountains. In the southern mountains of the heaven realm, there were two great powers competing against each other. The southern mountains God Emperor Tsong Shao and the Fire Emperor were confronting each other. The atmosphere was very tense, and the two great powers could start a war at any time. Countless cultivators left the southern mountains range. They had no choice but to leave because they were rogue cultivators. They didn't want to join any faction. Just when the southern mountains God Emperor Tsong Shao and the Fire Emperor were at each other's throats, a person who shouldn't have appeared. This person's appearance was enough to change the balance of power in the entire southern mountains. The Fire Emperor was very uneasy because he and the Eastern Earth's Yuan ancient Celestial Emperor were allies. From a certain perspective, he could also be considered Gu Fei's enemy. Many experts of the fire race had died in the hands of Gu Fei's subordinates. On the other hand, the southern mountains God Emperor Tsong Shao was very happy about Gu Fei's arrival because he basically had no grudges with Gu Fei. Moreover, his subordinate, the granddaughter of the Luoxia City's city lord, was also Gu Fei's grand disciple. With such a relationship, the southern mountains God Emperor Tsong Shao naturally sent someone to invite the Luoxia city lord, the old immortal emperor, over. Then, he asked the old immortal emperor to entertain Gu Fei and Yin Er. Yin Er had stayed in the Luoxia courtyard for a period of time. This time, she and Gu Fei naturally stayed in the Luoxia courtyard when they came to the southern mountains. Soon, the southern mountains God Emperor Tsong Shao personally came to visit Gu Fei. Gu Fei naturally knew the purpose of the southern mountains God Emperor's visit. The southern mountains God Emperor wanted to rope him in so that they could fight the Fire Emperor together. However, Gu Fei wasn't stupid. He wouldn't let others use him as a tool. After chatting with the southern mountains God Emperor for about an hour, he sent the southern mountains God Emperor away. He didn't agree to fight the Fire Emperor with the southern mountains God Emperor, but he didn't refuse either. He didn't express his stance either. This gave the southern mountains God Emperor some hope. Why is that little guy Gu Fei here again? Such words came from the ancestral land of the fire race. Pass down my order. Don't provoke that guy for no reason. The Fire Emperor's voice spread across the entire ancestral land and into the ears of every expert of the fire race. This made all the experts of the fire race feel very unconvinced. This was especially true for the new generation of experts of the fire race. They didn't believe that Gu Fei was really that powerful. One should know that the fire race was an incomparably powerful race in the distant past. There was once a quasi-supreme being in the fire race. He was only one step away from becoming a supreme being. Even in the current era, the fire race was still a strong race in the heavenly realm. Even the Southern Mountains God Emperor, Song Shao, was suppressed by the Fire Emperor, and half of the Southern Mountains was taken away. Some people of the fire race found it hard to understand why the Fire Emperor had passed down such an order. However, even if the people of the fire race were dissatisfied, they didn't dare to object because the Fire Emperor had supreme prestige in the fire race. He was the ruler of the fire race. Gu Fei and Yin stayed in the Luoxia courtyard for some peace and quiet. However, since the first day they stayed in the Luoxia courtyard, people kept coming to visit them. Even the Fire Emperor sent someone to meet Gu Fei. At dusk, Gu Fei was lying on a rattan chair in the courtyard. He was enjoying the immortal fruits that Yin had given him. A palm-sized chick was sitting on Yin shoulder. This little chick had a great appetite. It could eat hundreds of immortal fruits in a single meal. Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved by this. It was truly hard to imagine that this little chick had stuffed so many immortal fruits into its tiny body. The chick grew very fast after eating the immortal fruits. Its feathers began to emit a faint fiery light. Could this chick be a fire phoenix? Gu Fei said, "Maybe, little chick. What do you think?" Yin said while playing with the chick on her shoulder. The fluffy chick immediately let out a crisp cry as if it was responding. This chick was full of spirituality. It was definitely a divine bird. However, even Gu Fei couldn't tell what this chick was. This made Gu Fei feel that it was unbelievable. Perhaps this divine bird had a seal placed by its father, and its divinity hadn't appeared yet. Once the seal was unlocked, it would return to its original state. To a certain extent, even Gu Fei couldn't tell what kind of divine bird it was. This was enough to show how extraordinary it was. Chapter 29:17. At dusk, in the Luoxia courtyard, a figure, facing the sunset, walked over from afar and came to the entrance of the courtyard. Why is he here? In the courtyard, Gu Fei, who was leisurely lying on a rattan chair, suddenly felt something and frowned. "What's wrong?" Yin said. "There's a guest." Gu Fei said. "What?" Yin was surprised because she couldn't sense anyone's aura, but Gu Fei wouldn't lie to her. It could only mean that the person was very clever and his cultivation was far above hers. "I'm not coming in." Gu Fei was somewhat surprised. The person outside didn't seem to have any intention of entering the Luoxia courtyard. He just stood there quietly. However, the Fire Qilin Baron, who stood outside the Luoxia courtyard, didn't seem to see that person. Balan transformed into his original form, lying outside the entrance of the courtyard and dozing off. His eyes were half closed, and he looked very lazy. This was the divine beast Fire Qilin. Even though it was lying there, the aura of the divine beast was not something that ordinary cultivators could withstand. Balan had followed the old tortoise for so many years and received the old tortoise's guidance. The bloodline of the divine beast in his body was constantly recovering. He was no longer the little guy he used to be. He knew that Gu Fei didn't want to be disturbed, so he stood guard outside the courtyard and stopped those who could enter. As for those who couldn't, there was nothing he could do. At this time, Balan didn't know that there was someone standing in front of him. To be able to completely deceive the Qilin Saint Emperor Balan, this person's cultivation must be unimaginably strong. "It seems that guy is really coming in," Gu Fei said. "Then don't pay attention to those people," Yin said. "Let's go out and have a look." "Are you coming?" Gu Fei said to Yin. "No, I'll just stay here and feed the chicks." Yin shook her head and said she didn't want to see outsiders. Sometimes, she just wanted to stay quietly and do her own things. She didn't need to worry about other trivial things. With Yin's temperament, she was quiet and inactive, as pure as a piece of white paper. She was born to cultivate and comprehend the Tao. All right, I'll be right back. As Gu Fei spoke, he stood up from the rattan chair and took a step forward. In the next moment, he appeared outside the Luoxia courtyard's entrance. However, the fire Qilan Balan did not sense Gu Fei's presence. Gu Fei seemed to have blended into the surrounding void. No one could sense his presence. Not only could Balan not sense Gu Fei's presence, he couldn't even see him with his naked eye. In front of him, Gu Fei was like air. Fire Emperor has arrived. Sorry for not going out to welcome you. Gu Fei arrived in front of that person and said such words. Brother Gu, I didn't expect you to take that step. Congratulations, said the blurry figure. Although this person's body was faint, he gave people the feeling of a high mountain. It was as if he was a supreme existence above the 9 heavens that could dominate everything. What was a superior? This was a superior. I was just lucky, Gu Fei said with a smile. The level of cultivation is definitely not luck. Brother Gu, you are too humble, said Fire Emperor. The Fire Emperor said. He knew very well that since ancient times, there had been countless talented people who had been stuck at the holy Venerate realm forever, unable to take that step. One could imagine how difficult it was to take that step. It was definitely not luck, as Gu Fei said. Haha, if you say that I am too humble, then I am too humble. By the way, why did you come to me? We don't seem to be friends. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Said Gu Fei as he looked at Fire Emperor with a smile that was not a smile. They were talking, but Balan didn't notice them at all. He couldn't sense the existence of Gu Fei and Fire Emperor at all. Haha, Brother Gu must be joking. If Brother Gu wanted to kill me, you wouldn't have said so much to me. Don't you think so? Fire Emperor was still calm and composed. You are very smart, said Gu Fei. This guy was the leader of the fire race, and he had lived for countless years. Indeed, even his eyelashes were empty. Brother Gu, you flatter me. Brother Gu, why don't we go to the outer space and spar? Fire Emperor said. You are here to fight with me. Gu Fei's tone turned cold. It is too vulgar to say that. It is a spar, not a life and death battle. Between us, there doesn't seem to be a life and death battle. Fire Emperor said. Sigh, so be it. If you want to fight, hurry up. Gu Fei said. All right, Fire Emperor said as he soared into the sky. He took a step and instantly entered the starry sky. His speed was extremely fast. I want to see what this leader of the fire race is capable of, Gu Fei muttered to himself. He suddenly looked at the sky and disappeared. When he reappeared, he had already entered the starry sky and was opposite Fire Emperor. Please. Fire Emperor cupped his hands and said to Gu Fei. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Gu Fei stretched out his hand, and the dozens of stars in the sky immediately shrank. He refined them in an instant and grabbed them in his hand. Go. Gu Fei let out a soft shout, and the dozen or so stars in his hand immediately shot out and smashed towards the Fire Emperor opposite him. Although the dozen marble-like stars had been refined by Gu Fei, their might had increased. Seeing the dozen or so stars smashing towards him, the Fire Emperor merely waved his sleeves, and the dozen or so stars immediately flew off to unknown places. Swoosh. Then, a fire dragon rushed out of his body and pounced at Gu Fei with bared fangs and brandished claws. The fire dragon soared into the sky, and the entire starry sky shook. Terrifying energy waves spread out and caused a huge tremor in the starry sky. The stars were on the verge of collapsing as if they were about to fall from the sky. Fire Emperor was indeed Fire Emperor. When he attacked, he was much stronger than ordinary holy venerables and shook the starry sky. Me too. Gu Fei pressed his right hand forward and a chaos dragon rushed out of his hand, heading towards the Fire Emperor's fire dragon. Two dragon silhouettes appeared in the starry sky. This was an absolutely shocking scene, but not many people were able to witness this scene. These two fellows are finally fighting. A figure stood on the mountain peak and looked up as he muttered to himself. At the same time, some experts in the Nanling region sensed something and looked up at the starry sky. Boom! With a loud bang, the two dragons instantly collided with each other, causing the starry sky to tremble. A terrifying wave of destructive power spread out, causing the stars to explode and the entire void to collapse and be annihilated. Rumble. Pitch black, spatial cracks spread out like lightning. Those spatial cracks were much bigger than stars, and some stars were swallowed up by them. Chapter 29:18. Gu Fei and the Fire Emperor fought in the depths of the starry sky. Powerful waves came down from the starry sky, shocking all the cultivators in the southern region of the Heaven Realm. Who was the Fire Emperor fighting? Many people were curious. In the South Mountains of the Heaven Realm, Gu Fei was not as famous as the Fire Emperor and the South Mountains God Emperor Cao Xiao. Not many people knew who was fighting with the Fire Emperor. Some of the old antiques in the South Mountains were shocked. Some thought that another super cultivator had appeared in the South Mountains, who could fight against the South Mountains God Emperor Cao Xiao and the Fire Emperor. For many years, the Heavenly Realm's southern mountains had been fighting for hegemony, causing the southern mountains to be in turmoil. If another super expert were to appear, then the southern mountains would fall into chaos. At that time, the people would be plunged into misery and suffering. It was unknown how many creatures would suffer calamity. He fought with someone again. Sigh. In the courtyard of Luoxia City, Yin looked up at the sky and shook her head. She continued to play with the chick that was eating the celestial fruit on the table. At this time, in the depths of the starry sky, two powerful waves of power were surging. The entire starry sky was shaking, and thousands of stars were on the verge of collapse. Two figures moved quickly in the starry sky. Boom! Bang! The two cultivators were like invincible gods from the Yuan dynasty. They collided fiercely. Everywhere they passed, stars exploded. It was extremely terrifying. The Fire Emperor lives up to his reputation, Gu Fei said as he attacked. Chaotic chi was surging all over his body. He used a simple battle skill, but it showed unimaginable power. You are not bad either. The younger generation will surpass the older, said the Fire Emperor. He was like an innate fire god. The great path of fire was surging all over his body. In the starry sky, he was as bright as a divine sun. The light of the fire illuminated the dim starry sky. Although the two cultivators were fighting, they did not hold back. It was extremely dangerous. If one was not careful, one could be injured by the other or even die. I didn't expect you to also take that step, said Gu Fei. He used the sky-covering hand and sent the Fire Emperor flying thousands of miles away. Accumulation is the result of countless years of accumulation. Unlike you, you actually took that step in this generation, Fire Emperor said. At the same time, he stretched out his right hand and 5 flames rushed out from his 5 fingers. The 5 flames instantly turned into 5 incomparably huge fire dragons that soared thousands of feet into the sky. They knocked Gu Fei away in an instant. The fire dragons wreaked havoc, shaking the starry sky. Every fire dragon was larger than the Milky Way. Even in the Nanling region, this miraculous scene could be clearly seen. 5 gigantic fire dragons appeared in the starry sky. Countless cultivators in the southern mountains land were shocked to the extreme when they saw this. Some even thought that a real dragon was born. Slash! Gu Fei shouted loudly, and a sword cry resounded from his body. After that, 5 extremely sharp sword lights instantly slashed apart the 5 fire dragons. What? Someone actually killed the dragon? In the Nanling region, many people saw the 5 dragons that appeared in the starry sky break into several pieces and dissipate in the starry sky. The Sword of Slaughter. Fire Emperor was shocked. He felt a heart-palpitating aura from Gu Fei's sword light. It was as though Gu Fei had turned into an earth-shattering sword at that moment. The 9 heaven-punishing swords were said to be able to kill even the heavens. This sword principle was originally a path of killing. A single strike of the sword could destroy everything in the world. It was extremely powerful. Buzz. The sword cry resounded and streaks of chaotic light rushed out of Gu Fei's body. The chaotic light bloomed on his body like a chaotic divine lotus. A shocking sword in tint spread out from his body. Flying celestial sword. Gu Fei waved his right hand, and the chaotic sword radiance that bloomed from his body immediately soared into the sky and slashed towards Fire Emperor. The overwhelming sword radiance shrouded the entire starry sky. Fire Emperor was shocked when he saw this. This sword principle seemed to be very similar to the ancient Heavenly Emperor's flying celestial sword principle. However, it was much more powerful than the flying celestial sword principle. Haha, this isn't the ancient Heavenly Emperor's flying celestial sword principle. Gu Fei laughed and said, "All laws are void, supreme fire path." The Fire Emperor roared and performed the secret skill of the fire race. A monstrous divine fire rushed out of his body and instantly enveloped half of the starry sky. Then, the endless divine fire turned into a huge whirlpool and swallowed the countless chaotic sword lights that were slashing at him. Supreme Fire Path. Gu Fei smiled. He didn't even dare to call himself a supreme martial path with his current cultivation. This Fire Emperor was too arrogant. All right, the warm-up is over. Let me experience the true abilities of a supreme fire path. Seeing that the countless chaotic sword radiance that he had unleashed were all devoured by the huge whirlpool of flames, Gu Fei had no choice but to get serious. The devouring power that came from the whirlpool of flames devoured countless stars in the surrounding starry sky. However, it couldn't shake Gu Fei. However, he charged straight into the huge whirlpool of flames in front of him. Boom! In the next moment, the whirlpool of flames exploded. Gu Fei performed the chaotic fist and the invincible fist force surged out, shattering the whirlpool of flames from the inside. Vroom! The void vibrated and Gu Fei displayed the invincible fist intent. A figure fell out of the void and staggered a few steps before regaining his balance. All right, let's stop here for today. We'll spar again when we have time. The Fire Emperor reached out to wipe the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "Do you think I'll stop just because you said so? I haven't had enough yet." Gu Fei threw a punch at Fire Emperor. It seemed like an ordinary punch. However, in the eyes of the Flame Emperor, he saw a fist that was intertwined with endless Dao laws. Traces of Dao laws were like invisible spider webs that rushed out of the other party's fist and enveloped the entire starry sky. There was no way to avoid it. Fire Emperor immediately realized the power of Gu Fei's punch. The invisible Dao laws that rushed out of Gu Fei's fist had already covered the entire sky. There was no way he could avoid it. "Brother Gu, it's enough to stop. Why are you taking it so seriously?" Fire Emperor said. At the same time, he threw a punch. Boom! The two fists collided and there was a loud bang. It was as though two primordial divine mountains were colliding. It was extremely shocking. The stars around the two experts exploded like fireworks in the darkness. After a dazzling brilliance, they were annihilated in the starry sky. Kacha. Chapter 29:19. Chaotic Martial Body. The Fire Emperor's body was surrounded by divine fire. 9 flame-shaped patterns intertwined on his body. Each flame pattern emitted a strong wave of the Great Path. The descendant of the martial ancestor is indeed a natural warrior. The Fire Emperor praised. "I don't need you to say that." A voice was heard. Then, a figure passed through the destructive storm formed by the exploding stars and appeared in front of the Fire Emperor. At this time, the Fire Emperor's right fist was twisted strangely. It was obvious that the bones in his arm had been broken by Gu Fei's punch just now. However, his right arm was shaking slightly and the broken bones were recovering rapidly. A flame flashed and the Fire Emperor's right arm was completely recovered as if it had never been injured. At the Fire Emperor's level of cultivation, the injuries on his body could almost be completely ignored. As long as his primordial spirit was not damaged, even if his body turned into ashes, he could still condense a new body. "Since you want to fight to your heart's content, I'll fulfill your wish. I also want to know how strong you are." The Fire Emperor looked at Gu Fei and said seriously, "Since that's the case, let's not hide anymore. Let's fight to our heart's content." Gu Fei said heroically, "Fight." The Fire Emperor roared and took a step forward. Suddenly, a monstrous divine fire surged in the void and swallowed Gu Fei instantly. Rumble! The divine fire burned the sky and the entire starry sky was illuminated. The stars were drowned by the mighty divine fire and then exploded, turning into ashes. This scene was too shocking. The entire starry sky seemed to be ignited by a raging fire. The terrifying power of fire spread between heaven and earth. What's happening? At this time, countless cultivators in the Nanling land were alarmed. Even some old antiques who were in seclusion rushed out from their seclusion grounds. Fire Emperor. It's the Fire Emperor. Who is fighting with the Fire Emperor? Someone said something like that. Is the Fire Emperor and the God Emperor finally going to fight to the death? Someone said in shock. Is the final battle coming? Some experts frowned. After all, ever since the Fire Emperor had awakened from his slumber, he had started a war with God Emperor Zhang Xiao. The Fire Emperor had led the Fire Tribe and occupied half of God Emperor Zhang Xiao's territory. However, the two great experts of the Southern Mountains range had never truly fought against each other before. Both of them were very wary of each other. At their cultivation levels, once they fought, it would definitely shock the world and affect the situation of an entire region. Actually, many people in the Southern Ridge continent didn't wish to see these two emperors fight because the effects of it would be too great. The battle in the starry sky shook the entire Nanling Mountains cultivation world. Some experts directly soared into the sky to watch the battle in outer space. At this time, the Fire Emperor and Gu Fei started fighting. In the endless sea of fire, two figures were moving quickly. Gu Fei punched out. The chaotic chi was vast and mighty, and a large area of divine fire was instantly extinguished. It collided with a fist that was surrounded by raging flames. Bang! The two fists collided, and the two silhouettes quickly separated. The void between the two collapsed instantly, and a terrifying aura spread out in all directions. The Fire Emperor also took that step and displayed the strongest combat skills and divine abilities of the Fire Tribe. He fought with Gu Fei without being at a disadvantage. Gu Fei was very shocked. He wasn't the only one who had taken that step. The Fire Emperor had also taken that step. However, he realized that the Fire Emperor hadn't become a true quasi-sovereign. He hadn't transcended the tribulation. In other words, the Fire Emperor and Gu Fei were at the same realm. They were invincible among warriors of the same realm. Gu Fei was incomparably powerful. Every punch he threw would break the bones of the Fire Emperor's arm. The chaotic martial body was extremely powerful. Even someone as powerful as the Fire Emperor found it difficult to contend against it. The two great experts fought into the depths of the endless starry sky. A terrifying aura spread out, and stars kept exploding. They intentionally stayed away from the ground. The heaven realm was similar to the ancient great world of the human realm. It was an endless continent, and on this continent, there were rivers, lakes, and seas. In the sky above the heaven realm continent, there was an endless starry sky. No one knew how big the heaven realm was. The 5 great regions of the cultivation world were only the regions that had been explored. At this time, Gu Fei and the Fire Emperor were fighting as they left the heaven realm continent and entered the depths of the endless starry sky. Two madmen. Above a bright moon in the heaven realm, a figure dressed in snow-white clothes stood in front of a palace. Looking at Gu Fei and the Fire Emperor who were far away, he muttered to himself. There was a towering ancient tree planted in front of the palace. It was unknown how long this ancient tree had been growing. The bark of the huge tree was like a dragon's scales, and the roots were intertwined on the ground. The entire tree almost covered half of the moon. This was a cassia tree. Under the roots of the tree, there was a rabbit's nest. A jade rabbit was peeking out from the rabbit's nest. From the outside, it looked like a barren divine moon without any life force. This was the result of someone using great magical force, great divine abilities to hide the true divine moon. The battle between Gu Fei and the Fire Emperor had alarmed a heavenly lady in the Moon Palace. Even Gu Fei and the Fire Emperor did not notice the heavenly lady above the divine moon. At this time, a great commotion occurred in the depths of the starry sky. Gu Fei and the Fire Emperor no longer had any scruples and attacked with all their might. This was because they were already far away from the Heaven Realm continent. Some of the experts that rushed out from the Heaven Realm continent chased after them. A battle of this level was extremely attractive to all cultivators. Of course, there weren't many people who were qualified to enter the starry sky to watch the battle. The Fire Emperor used all of his skills and even used the Golden Crow technique. He turned into a golden crow and fought with Gu Fei. It was as if 10 divine suns had appeared in the starry sky, and they all rushed towards Gu Fei. However, Gu Fei only punched out and directly destroyed the 10 divine suns. The golden crow Dao pattern dissipated, but he rushed over and instantly arrived in front of the Fire Emperor. He punched out again. The Fire Emperor flapped his wings and instantly disappeared. He retreated tens of millions of feet away. He turned into a golden crow and displayed the extreme speed of the golden crow. However, Gu Fei's fist still landed on his body. Bang! Crack! The sound of the collision and the sound of bones breaking rang out at the same time. A golden crow that was like a mountain was sent flying. The flames dissipated and the golden crow's dharma disappeared. A figure fell out of the flames. The Fire Emperor looked down and saw that his chest had collapsed, forming a fist mark. A wave of the power of the Great Path exploded from the fist mark. The next moment, boom, with a sound, his physical body exploded. Endless heavenly fire instantly filled every inch of the void. The surrounding stars kept exploding. The Fire Emperor's physical body exploded. The destructive power was too powerful. It enveloped a part of the starry sky. Countless stars were directly annihilated and completely disappeared in the void. At this time, there was an empty space in the void that blocked the mighty heavenly fire. Chapter 29:20. Gu Fei and the Fire Emperor were fighting in the endless starry sky far away from the Heaven Realm continent. However, they unexpectedly created a mysterious and ancient ruin. The Fire Emperor's body was blasted apart by Gu Fei's punch, but to the Fire Emperor, such an attack could not harm his origin at all. Very quickly, the heavenly flames that were surging out in all directions retreated like a tide. Then, they all gathered together, and a figure appeared in the endless flames. A powerful aura of the great Tao erupted from that figure, and the Fire Emperor's figure reappeared in front of Gu Fei. A terrifying heat wave swept over, causing Gu Fei to frown. This kind of heat was many times higher than the temperature of the true divine sun core. This kind of heat could melt divine iron. At this time, Gu Fei and the Fire Emperor's gazes were attracted by a ruin that had suddenly appeared. This ruin was originally hidden in the void, and even they could not sense its existence. Just now, the Fire Emperor's body had been blasted apart by Gu Fei's punch. The destructive power that erupted should have broken a seal that enveloped the entire ruin. The power of the seal was broken, and a huge ruin appeared in the void. The ruins floating in the starry sky could not be seen at a glance. They were all collapsed pavilions and houses. Among them, there were 3 large words written on a city tower that had not completely collapsed. South Heaven Gate. How is this possible? The Fire Emperor stared at the 3 ancient words on the city tower, and his voice trembled. He recognized the 3 ancient words. It was South Heaven Gate. South Heaven Gate, Heavenly Court. When Gu Fei heard the Fire Emperor's words, he could not help but be shocked. Could it be that this ruin was the former Heavenly Court? Whether it was the Heaven Realm or the human realm, there were legends about the ancient Heavenly Court. However, this was only a legend. Some people even believe that the so-called ancient Heavenly Court did not exist at all. This was because whether it was the human realm or the Heaven Realm, there were no ruins left behind by the ancient Heavenly Court. But now, in the depths of the endless starry sky of the Heaven Realm, such a ruin suddenly appeared, and on the city tower that had not completely collapsed, the 3 ancient words, Southern Heaven Gate, were written. Gu Fei had never seen this kind of ancient language before. It was an incomparably ancient language, most likely the language of the ancient gods. The Fire Emperor had lived for countless years. During his era, this kind of ancient god language had not completely disappeared. However, there were not many people who could understand this kind of ancient god language. Fire Emperor was one of them. The Fire Emperor had once studied this ancient divine text and believed that this divine text should be the divine text of the late primordial era. In other words, this ruin was a primordial era ruin. To Gu Fei, the primordial era was too far away. To the Fire Emperor, it was also a great era. The Fire Emperor achieved his Tao in the late mythological era. After experiencing a great calamity, he survived and reappeared in the primordial era. The Fire Emperor was definitely an old antique. However, to a certain extent, he was also an unlucky fellow. That was because even though he had lived for a long time, he had never been able to take that step. It wasn't until the present that he finally took that step forward after accumulating so much. However, what made him depressed was that Gu Fei, the little fellow in this world, had also taken that step and stood on the same starting line as him. The ancient ruins lay in the starry sky, giving off an aura of endless antiquity. No one knew who sealed this incomparably vast ruin, but now, the seal had been accidentally broken by the Fire Emperor. Shwa. The Fire Emperor directly turned into a ray of fire and instantly rushed over, directly entering the southern heaven gate in the middle of the ruins. Gu Fei was shocked to discover that the figure of the Fire Emperor who had rushed into the southern heaven gate seemed to have become smaller. The moment the Fire Emperor rushed into the southern heaven gate, he felt as if the Fire Emperor had entered the other side of the starry sky, giving off an incomparably distant feeling. Could it be? Gu Fei thought of something and couldn't help but be moved. He hesitated for a moment, then also rushed over and rushed into the southern heaven gate. The moment Gu Fei rushed into the southern heaven gate, he had a strange feeling, as if he had entered another world. As expected, there is a universe inside. Gu Fei sighed. When he looked from the outside, he did not feel that the buildings in the ruins were very tall. However, when he entered the southern heaven gate, he realized that everything in the southern heaven gate had been magnified more than 10 times. At this time, the Fire Emperor disappeared into the depths of the ruins. Shwa. Gu Fei did not hesitate and directly rushed into the depths of the ruins. In this ancient ruins, there might be some opportunities. However, what shocked Gu Fei was that he still couldn't see the end of the ruins even after flying for an entire hour in the sky above the ruins for who knows how many tens of thousands of miles. In the ruins, not all the buildings had collapsed. There were still many buildings that remained intact. However, the ruins were silent. Some places were shrouded in an endless aura of death, while some places were shrouded in divine light, lighting up the dark void. Gu Fei instinctively sensed that these places were extremely dangerous. However, danger and opportunities usually appeared together. Places with danger usually had good things. This was a valley that was completely shrouded in an aura of death. Even with Gu Fei's cultivation, he could only see the blurry scenery in the valley with his martial path heavenly eye. He saw the source of the death chi. In the middle of the valley, there was a huge pit, and all the buildings had been destroyed. In the center of the pit, there was a corpse lying on its back. To be more precise, it was a skeleton. A black demonic spear had nailed the skeleton to the ground. The aura of death that shrouded the entire valley originated from this broken black spear. What a terrifying demonic spear! Gu Fei sensed a dangerous aura from the demonic spear. Even though countless years had passed, this broken spear was still a terrifying killing weapon. There were countless secrets buried in the ruins. Could it be that the ancient heavenly court had actually been breached by someone and then destroyed? Gu Fei stood in the air above the valley. He thought of a lot of things. After careful observation, he discovered that there seemed to be some bones buried under the ruins. He flew down from the sky and moved away some broken bricks and tiles on the ground. Some broken bones appeared in front of his eyes. Roar. Just as Gu Fei was deep in thought, a furious roar came from afar. Fire Emperor! Gu Fei was shocked. He immediately rushed into the sky and looked in the direction of the voice. He saw that in the sky thousands of miles away, the Fire Emperor was fighting with a mysterious creature. That is, when Gu Fei saw the mysterious creature that was fighting with the Fire Emperor, he couldn't help but be shocked. The creature that was fighting with the Fire Emperor was actually a shadow condensed from black chi. The black shadow was constantly changing its shape. It did not have a real body at all. Sometimes, it would gather together and transform into a human or other fierce beasts. Sometimes, it would dissipate without a trace. Chapter 29-21. Gu Fei and the Fire Emperor were shocked by the unexpected appearance of the ancient heavenly court. They then stopped fighting and entered the ancient ruins to explore. It seemed that the ancient legends were not all groundless. The ancient heavenly court really did exist, but it was destroyed in the endless years. The ancient ruins gave people an endless and vicissitude aura. The huge ruins buried all the secrets. It was not easy for people in the current world to explore it. Gu Fei walked in the silent ruins and found a huge pit in a valley. There was a corpse that was nailed to death by a black spear in the pit. Countless years had passed, and the body of the existence that was nailed to death by the black spear had been melted away, leaving only a skeleton. However, the half of the demon's spear that was nailed to death still had the inextinguishable law of the demon path intertwining on it, emitting a terrifying demon aura. Just as Gu Fei was deep in thought, an angry roar came from afar. It was the Fire Emperor. He seemed to be in trouble and kept roaring as he attacked. Powerful fluctuations of the power of the way of fire spread out, and the dazzling divine fire illuminated the dark void. Swoosh! Gu Fei came closer and stood on a stone tower that had fallen to the ground. He then looked at the Fire Emperor. The starry sky was very dark. Even with Gu Fei's current cultivation, he still felt a chill. The fire that exploded from the Fire Emperor's body lit up the dark space. At this moment, the Fire Emperor was like a burning sun. Inside the sun, the shadow of a three-legged golden bird could be seen. A powerful aura spread from the Fire Emperor's body, but the surrounding space did not shake at all. One must know that the Fire Emperor was an existence that had taken that step. Every move he made had great power. He could shatter the void of the world and pick the stars and the moon. He was almost omnipotent. However, at this moment, the Fire Emperor was very sullen because his attack did not seem to be a threat to the mysterious figure at all. The powerful Fire Path Dao Law transformed into a Fire Path Divine Sword and slashed at the figure. Although the figure dissipated, it immediately reformed and reappeared. What kind of creature is this? In the distance, Gu Fei could not help but feel shocked when he saw this scene. He could not sense any divine thoughts coming from the strange figure at all. There was not even an aura of the Great Path. However, even so, the mysterious figure's battle prowess was extraordinarily great. Wherever the black chi shrouded, the void was annihilated, and all the laws of the Great Path were obliterated. What happened? Gu Fei could not help but think of a possibility. Could it be a manifestation of the evil thoughts of the Supreme Existence after his fall? Gu Fei muttered to himself. He had encountered such a thing before. When he had just entered the heavenly realm, the palace of the moon deities had appeared in the eastern lands of the heavenly realm. He happened to be there, and even broke into the palace of the moon deities. In the ancient palace, there was a strange figure formed by the evil thoughts of the moon deities. The figure was extremely powerful and killed all the creatures that broke into the palace. Although Gu Fei and the others had successfully escaped from the palace back then, they were also in danger. If they had not retreated in time, it was very likely that they would have been trapped in the palace. Was it really as he had guessed? There were also supreme beings that had fallen in the ruins of the ancient heavenly court. Then, the evil thoughts were not extinguished and turned into this extremely strange existence. At this time, the Fire Emperor was in big trouble. There were several times when the figure almost pounced on him. Swoosh! The figure pounced towards the Fire Emperor again. Black chi filled the air, and a large area of divine fire was instantly annihilated by the terrifying black chi. The Fire Emperor's left hand was swept by the black chi and immediately turned black. Then, it turned into black dust and dissipated in the void. No matter how unfathomable the Fire Emperor's cultivation of the way of fire was, he could not resist the strange corrosive power. Roar! The Fire Emperor roared. He was shocked and angry at the same time. He left an afterimage on the spot and instantly retreated 1,000 feet away. The afterimage was pounced on by the figure and instantly dissipated in the black chi. The law of the Great Path could no longer exist and was destroyed. When Gu Fei saw this scene, he could not help but be dumbfounded. Who was the Fire Emperor? He was an existence that had taken that step, and his cultivation was similar to Gu Fei's. However, he was actually forced into such a sorry state by the black shadow. Kill. The Fire Emperor was furious. He roared and circulated the heavenly art. 9 flame-shaped Tao patterns rushed out from his body and turned into a golden crow that pounced towards the black shadow. In the sky above the ruins of the ancient heavenly court, it was as if 9 divine suns had appeared, illuminating the entire starry sky. An extremely terrifying aura of the way of fire erupted from the 9 golden crows. The moment the 9 golden crows appeared, the temperature in the surrounding area suddenly soared, causing the void to distort. The power of this attack caused even Gu Fei to be moved. It seemed that the Fire Emperor was going to risk his life. He seemed to know the seriousness of the matter. The void was shaken. Under the full power of the Fire Emperor, the void where the ancient heavenly court was located finally produced ripples that could be seen with the naked eye. However, the attack of the Fire Emperor was still unable to shatter the void. The stability of the void where the ancient heavenly court was located was truly unimaginable. Gu Fei had long noticed this point. The ruins of the ancient heavenly court were truly not simple. It was truly hard to imagine who could actually destroy the ancient heavenly court. Since there was an ancient heavenly court, then there was an ancient heavenly emperor who ruled over this heavenly court. The master of the ancient heavenly court was definitely a supreme existence. Otherwise, how could he have established the ancient heavenly court? Could it be that the master of the ancient heavenly court had also fallen here? Thinking of this, Gu Fei's heart couldn't help but tremble. Otherwise, how could there be such an evil thought? In the ruins of the ancient heavenly court, there might even be the corpse of a supreme being. At this time, the 9 golden crows formed by the Fire Emperor's Tao patterns instantly swooped down from the sky. In an instant, they scattered the black shadow and even the black gas was evaporated. Haha! The Fire Emperor laughed out loud. In the end, this black shadow was still destroyed by him. Even the black gas was evaporated by the golden crow true fire. No matter what this black shadow was, it would be destroyed by the true fire. However, when Gu Fei saw this scene from afar, he shook his head. If that black shadow was the sovereign evil thought, how could it be so easily destroyed by the Fire Emperor? As expected, the Fire Emperor's laughter suddenly stopped. Traces of black gas seeped out from the void and gathered into a ball. An illusory figure appeared in the void. What? The Fire Emperor was dumbfounded. He looked at the black shadow in front of him in disbelief. Damn it! At this time, the flesh and blood of the Fire Emperor's left arm were reborn. His left arm that had been corroded by the black gas grew once again. He had completely recovered. Buzz. The Fire Emperor waved both of his hands. Rays of bright flaming sword light rushed out from his hands and slashed towards the black shadow that was forming. The black shadow dissipated in the void once again. It was destroyed by the flaming sword light. However, very quickly, the black gas that was destroyed by the sword light appeared out of thin air again. Traces of black gas escaped from the void and gathered together. An illusory figure appeared once again. I don't believe that I can't kill you. The Fire Emperor was furious. He crazily attacked the black shadow. The terrifying power of the great path of fire was vast and mighty. The black shadow was continuously destroyed, but it kept reappearing. There was no sign of it disappearing. At this time, Gu Fei used his martial path Heavenly Eye and stared at the figure. Very quickly, he discovered that the black shadow was an indestructible existence with immortal divinity. However, even with Gu Fei's current cultivation, he still could not find the source of this immortal divinity. Chapter 29-22. After a few days, Gu Fei and the Fire Emperor still hadn't come out from the ruins of the ancient heavenly court. Back then, many people had seen them enter the ruins of the ancient heavenly court. Very soon, the news spread. Everyone was shocked. Could it be that Gu Fei and the Fire Emperor were lost inside? It was also because of this that some true experts were very wary of the ruins of the ancient heavenly court and didn't want to enter easily. Some people thought that there was great danger inside. However, although the big figures were hesitating, they still drove many small figures into the southern heaven's gate. This was the sorrow of the small figures in the cultivation world, because this time, they had once again become cannon fodder for the big figures, exploring the path for the big figures. One had to know that in these ruins from countless years ago, there were definitely all kinds of unexpected dangers. Stepping into the ancient ruins meant that they could die at any time. No one wanted to die, but the small figures had no choice. The small figures definitely didn't dare to resist the big figures, because resisting would usually make them die faster. Of course, to a certain extent, although the small figures were exploring the path for the big figures, they also had the chance to turn things around and become big figures. This was because the ancient ruins might be hiding heaven-defying fortunes. This was especially true for ruins like the ancient heavenly court. Perhaps in these ruins, there were cultivation methods, divine pills, divine medicines, and so on left by the predecessors. As long as they obtained these things, the small figures would have a chance to turn things around. However, there were very few lucky people. Most people still became cannon fodder in the end. They would never be able to turn things around, and they would never be able to get rid of their status as cannon fodder. Suddenly, several miserable screams rang out near the southern heaven's gate. All the big figures gathered outside the southern heaven's gate hurriedly looked in that direction. They saw black smoke rising from that direction. A few cultivators came into contact with the black smoke and screamed as they turned into black dust that scattered on the ground. The cultivators in that direction immediately fled in all directions in fear. Some experts directly rushed over and used their great magic to disperse the black smoke. After the black smoke dispersed, a left hand that hadn't completely rotted was revealed on the ground. The left hand was cut off at the wrist, and there was black smoke lingering around it. A rotten smell spread out from the left hand. Beside the severed hand was a stone slab that had been flipped open. The bigwigs outside the heavenly court ruins were shocked to see this. This severed hand that hadn't completely decayed had instantly killed several cultivators. Could it be that this severed hand was actually chopped off by someone during a great battle? Clearly, those people had moved away a stone slab that was pressing on this left hand. Then, the black gas rushed out and corroded those people into black dust. Although the black chi was dispersed by the expert, the broken arm was still a big problem. Even the expert was unwilling to touch it. This was a black-haired, middle-aged man. He was tall and had a mighty appearance, giving off an extremely powerful feeling. The black-haired, middle-aged man was a saint, and the aura of the divine path emanated from his body. Many cannon fodder looked on in fear from afar. The black-haired, middle-aged man thought for a moment before he stretched out his right hand and grabbed the severed hand on the ground. Powerful saint force condensed into a huge azure hand that grabbed the severed hand. However, when the azure hand that was condensed from saint force grabbed the severed hand, black smoke immediately emerged from the azure hand. The black smoke even surged towards the black-haired middle-aged man through the saint way laws. The black-haired middle-aged man was extremely shocked. It was the first time he had encountered something like this. The strange power that emerged from the severed hand was actually able to corrode his saint way laws. Damn it! The black-haired middle-aged man roared and tried to sever the saint way laws. However, even though he had severed the saint way laws, the dark power continued charging towards him. At that moment, the severed hand actually flew up and slapped towards the black-haired middle-aged man. A wave of dark power erupted from the severed hand, causing the entire space around it to be destroyed. The vast dark power from the severed hand obliterated all saint way laws, and it instantly enveloped the black-haired middle-aged man. The black-haired middle-aged man only felt his body tighten, as if he had been grabbed by an invisible hand. His shock was no small matter. In the next moment, a layer of black smoke surged onto his face. Ah! The black-haired middle-aged man let out a shrill cry. His entire body seemed like a black clay figurine, and he shattered into a clump of black dust that dispersed into the air. What? Everyone was extremely shocked at the sight of this. It was truly unbelievable that an extremely powerful saint had died just like that. Moreover, he had died completely. Both his body and soul had been destroyed. Everyone looked at the severed hand in a different light. However, at that moment, the severed hand fell from the sky, and the surging dark power began to retract before completely vanishing. It was as if it had never appeared in the first place. At that moment, no one dared to approach the severed hand anymore. All of them hid far away, and the cannon fodder became even more terrified. Continue. Outside the ruins of the ancient heavenly court, an ancestor-level existence ordered. In the eyes of such existences, all living beings that entered the ruins of the ancient heavenly court were existences akin to ants. If they died, then so be it. No one would care. However, a saint had just died, and this made an emperor of the heaven realm very unhappy. This emperor was a famous emperor of the heaven realm, the mystic emperor. The mystic emperor was an emperor of a generation. His cultivation was extremely powerful, and he could compete with any emperor in the heaven realm. The celestial emperor's palace stopped outside the ruins of the ancient heavenly court. It was a divine palace that was completely refined from purple gold godly iron. At the same time, it was also an extremely powerful saint tool. The place where the mystic emperor's palace was located was filled with purple chi. There was a powerful Tao rhythm that disrupted the laws of heaven and earth. The entire void where the mystic emperor's palace was located seemed to have turned into another world. Around the mystic emperor's palace, there was a huge teleportation formation that floated in the void. Countless followers of the mystic emperor stood on the teleportation formation. This was an emperor. He definitely had no lack of followers. There were many experts under him. The death of a saint did not bother the mystic emperor at all. It was easy to have casualties when exploring this kind of ancient ruins. When the palace of the moon deities appeared, countless living beings had died. Outside the palace of the moon deities, there was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Back then, those living beings rushed to the palace of the moon deities one after another. They were all for the inheritance of the moon deities. That was a great opportunity. If they could get the inheritance of the moon deities and become the descendant of the moon deities, they could become the strongest in the world. Who did not want to become the strongest that could make the world tremble? No one could get the inheritance of the moon deities. Countless living beings had fallen, and in the end, they had fulfilled the sovereign evil thought. At this time, the area around the palace of the moon deities had already turned into a kingdom of death. Some people compared the palace of the moon deities to the forbidden area of the heaven realm. No one dared to enter it easily. At this time, the other old ancestors of the heaven realm also urged the countless living beings under them to continue exploring this ancient ruins. Many emperors seemed to be very careful. Among the emperors, there was a relationship of competition. Some emperors saw that a saint had died on the mystic emperor's side. They could not help but gloat and ridicule. In the mystic emperor's palace, on the throne in the main hall, the mystic emperor's face was very ugly. The group of experts in the main hall were silent and did not dare to breathe. Boom. Soon, a loud noise came. Chapter 29-23. The ruins of the ancient heavenly court were extremely mysterious, with all kinds of unknown dangers lurking inside. An ancient beast's evil intent had been unleashed, and a saint had died because of it. The ancient beast was initially suppressed under an underground palace in a stone tower, but someone had unintentionally opened the underground palace and unleashed the evil intent. The ancient living beings were incredibly powerful, yet there was no way they could survive after being suppressed for countless years. The strength of the evil intent had exceeded everyone's expectations. Roar. The primordial variant beast roared towards the sky, causing all the cultivators that were fleeing in all directions to explode and transform into balls of extremely miserable bloody mist. After that, the essence, energy, and spirit contained within the bloody mist transformed into strands of divine light that converged towards the primordial variant beast. After the primordial exotic beast devoured a great deal of the cultivator's essence, the black chi condensed into a figure that became clearer. The monarchs outside the ruins of the ancient heavenly court were astounded. Some of them recalled the terrifying figure in the palace of deities on the moon deities in the past. Just how similar were the two of them? At that moment, the evil intent of the ancient beast soared into the sky and charged in the direction of the South Heaven Gate. Wherever it passed, a black aura would spread. The living beings shrouded by the black aura would have their vitality completely devoured, turning into dried corpses and dying on the spot. I don't want to die. I can't accept this. The cultivators were shrouded by the black aura. They uttered their final cries and died right away. Their vitality had become nourishment for the evil intent of the ancient beast. Countless cultivators were dying. Even the saints were having a hard time surviving. It had caused great panic among the cultivators. Rumble. As the evil intent of the ancient beast approached the South Heaven Gate, a godly disk soared into the sky. It turned into a blinding light and flew at the evil intent of the ancient beast. The rift where the ancient heavenly court was located was extremely stable. Even though the godly disk had unleashed the strongest power of the sacred path, it was unable to shake the rift. The evil intent of the ancient beast immediately dissipated as the disk destroyed it. It turned into a cloud of black aura. The next moment, a heaven-devouring force burst out from the disk, devouring the black aura floating in the air. It's done. Seeing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. It's Patriarch Golden Sunday. Someone noticed the owner of the disk and couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Old Ancestor Golden Sun was a famous expert in the heaven realm. He was a low-level holy venerate. Even so, he was a lord who could dominate a region. Buzz. They knew the consequences of letting the ancient beast's evil intent escape from the southern heaven gate. No one could control it. It was indestructible and could strengthen itself by constantly devouring the essence, chi, and spirit of other living beings. This kind of existence could continue to grow, almost without end. Perhaps it could be reborn from death and reappear in the world. The existence in the palace of lost moon deities was like this. There was a precedent for this. Someone made a move. 9 supreme Tao patterns turned into 9 seals and shot towards the southern heavens gate. The monarchs outside the southern heavens gate did not care about the lives of the countless cultivators inside the southern heavens gate. In the eyes of the monarchs, the weak were like ants. They were assets that could be abandoned. Black fog spread out, and countless low-level cultivators died. For a moment, the southern heaven gate was filled with resentment. Some cultivators rushed into the depths of the ancient heavenly court and escaped the disaster. It's the 9 great Tao seals. At this moment, someone saw the origin of the monarch who made a move. As the martial monarchs were sealing the South Heaven Gate, Gu Fei arrived at a special place. It was an enormous godly lake with an immortal glow flowing in it. The surroundings of the godly lake were brimming with life, with immortality peach trees growing beside the lake. Every tree was filled with peaches of immortality. What? Why is there such a thing here? Chapter 29-24. In the depths of the ruins of the ancient heavenly court, a place brimming with life was brimming with godly light. A huge lake had appeared in a valley. The entire valley was covered in a layer of godly light, but it couldn't stop Gu Fei's footsteps. He broke through the layer of godly light and stepped into the valley. The moment he stepped into the valley, he heard heavenly music. It was as if fairies were singing from the 9 heavens. However, when Gu Fei tried to hear it more clearly, the sound disappeared. This gave him the feeling that he was hallucinating. Something strange. With Gu Fei's cultivation, he naturally wouldn't be affected by it. Could this be a place where fairies from the ancient heavenly court frequented? Soon, Gu Fei realized that all the life in the valley originated from the huge lake in the valley. This lake was definitely an immortal lake. The sky above the immortal lake was shrouded in godly light. It was as if there was a supreme, immortal lord sleeping in the lake. When Gu Fei approached the immortal lake, he was shocked to his core. Around the immortal lake, there were many immortal peach trees. Lin Fan wondered how long these immortal peach trees had been growing for. Every single one of them wasn't too tall, but their roots were rooted into the ground like dragons. Gu Fei counted. There were 9 such immortal peach trees around the immortal lake. Furthermore, every single immortal peach tree was filled with immortal peaches. The entire sky was filled with a sweet fragrance. There was a thin layer of mist on the surface of the lake. It was as if there were beautiful figures dancing on the surface of the lake. Could this be the legendary immortal lake of the ancient heavenly court? Gu Fei muttered to himself. Even he was incomparably shocked. One must know that the immortality peach tree was the legendary undying god tree, and the immortality peach fruit borne by the undying god tree was the undying saint fruit. The legendary immortal peach tree took 3,000 years to bloom, 3,000 years to bear fruit, and 3,000 years to ripen. Mortals could extend their lifespan by several hundred years just by smelling it. If one ate a peach of immortality, they would be able to live as long as the heavens and earth. However, this was, after all, a legend. Many of the things in the legends were just rumors and could not be taken seriously. However, at this time, Gufei somewhat believed in the legend, because when he smelled the fruit fragrance, his entire body felt comfortable and all the pores on his body opened up. Even he had such a reaction when he smelled the fragrance of the peaches of immortality, let alone mortals. However, he knew that there was only one true undying immortality peach tree since ancient times, and not 9. Thus, why were there 9 undying immortality peach trees here? This was the true reason why he was shocked. Everyone knew that the immortal herb was unique. Since ancient times, there was only one immortal peach tree. There wouldn't be as many as 9. However, there were actually 9 immortal peach trees here. Of course, these 9 immortal peach trees might not be the true undying immortality peach tree. Gufei could not help but walk up to a peach tree of immortality. He took a deep breath. The fragrance of the peach tree of immortality made him feel refreshed, and the qi and blood in his body began to circulate at a faster speed. Even if they are not immortal herbs, they are probably quasi-immortal herbs. Gufei stared at the fist-sized immortal peaches on the immortal peach tree with sparkling eyes. To him, this was a great opportunity. This was definitely not an illusion. It was something that really existed. There was actually such a place in the ancient heavenly court, and it still existed after so many years. It was obvious that a powerful formation had sealed this place, which was why it was able to survive. However, the power of the seal had started to weaken. The layer of divine light that enveloped the entire valley might be able to keep sages out, and even holy venerables would not be able to enter. However, Gufei was not a holy venerate anymore. He had already taken that step, and it was precisely because he had taken that step that he was able to tear apart the layer of divine light that enveloped the valley and enter. He thought for a moment before flying up from the ground and plucking a immortal peach tree. The surface of the immortal peach tree was shrouded by a layer of chaotic qi, and within it, black and white qi were intertwining, forming a natural Tai Chi pattern. It was hard to imagine that a fist-sized immortal peach tree could have such a scene. Chaos turned into yin and yang, and it seemed like a world was evolving within the immortal peach tree. Gufei tried to take a bite of the immortal peach tree in his hand. The flesh of the immortal peach tree melted into a warm current that spread throughout his body. He felt that his meridians were swollen, and the spiritual yuan circulating within his body had become slightly stronger. This was unbelievable to him. One had to know that at his level of cultivation, it was extremely difficult to increase one's spiritual essence. The fact that this kind of peach of immortality could actually increase his cultivation shocked him greatly. However, he was finally sure that the 9 immortal peach trees could not be the real immortal god trees, because the immortal peach tree in his hand did not have the immortal divinity of the immortal god medicine. Of course, his guess was very accurate. Even if the 9 immortal peach trees were not the real immortal god trees, they were definitely quasi-immortal god trees. Otherwise, they would not have been able to survive from the ancient times to the present day. Soon, Gufei finished the immortal peach tree in his hand. At this moment, his entire body was boiling hot, as if his tendons, bones, and flesh were about to combust. The medicinal power of the immortal peach tree was refining his martial body, allowing his body to absorb more spiritual yuan and become even stronger. Gufei sat down and activated his Xin Qi, using the medicinal power of the immortal peach tree to refine his body to the maximum. Boom! At this moment, a loud sound rang out. The layer of divine light that enveloped the entire valley shook violently. Someone was attacking the layer of divine light, wanting to enter. Someone had discovered the valley. In reality, the valley was very eye-catching under the dim, starry sky. It was also the easiest place to be discovered, but it was not easy to enter the valley. Boom! Another loud rumble was heard as an extremely powerful power of the divine way spread out outside the valley. An extremely powerful figure stood in the void, holding a divine spear and gathering power. Saint-level Tao patterns appeared and interweaved on the divine spear in his hand. This person was not the Fire Emperor, but an extremely powerful Holy Venerable. Other than this Holy Venerable, there were many other powerful figures in the distance. Chapter 29-25. Under the dim, starry sky, the silent ancient ruins were no longer peaceful. Many outsiders had appeared in the seemingly endless ruins. However, as more and more living beings entered the ruins of the ancient heavenly court, more and more people touched the various taboo powers that remained in the ruins, and then they suffered the fate of being annihilated. Obviously, the ancient heavenly court was destroyed because of a great war. A war that could destroy the entire ancient heavenly court. Countless ancient corpses and skeletons were buried under the ruins. Some places were shrouded in black mist and gloomy clouds. A terrifying aura of death lingered in the air. Even sages would avoid such places, let alone approach them. Even sages wouldn't dare to come into contact with the aura of death. Ominous things always happened under the ruins where ancient corpses were buried. Some of the ancient corpses were experts of the ancient heavenly court. Even after countless years, their corpses wouldn't decay. Of course, such undying ancient corpses weren't common in the outside world, but they were occasionally discovered in the ruins of the ancient heavenly court. The aura of death contained in the ancient corpses had been condensed over countless years. Once it was released, even sages would die upon contact with the aura of death. Some experts had left behind an undying battle intent. After a long time, such ancient corpses would likely turn into corpses. Meanwhile, outside the ancient heavenly court's southern heaven gate, the aura of death was surging. 9 dazzling runes were branded in the air and sealed the southern heaven gate. The 9 seals of the great Tao. I didn't expect such a long-lost technique to appear again. Someone stared at the 9 phoenix runes on the southern heaven gate and exclaimed in astonishment. Boom! Inside the southern heaven gate, amidst the endless black mist, a strange beast that looked like a Qilin but had 3 heads was attacking the seal on the southern heaven gate. The 9 sealing runes emitted a dazzling light. The runes vibrated, but they managed to stop the ancient beast's attack. Is that the 9 phoenix celestial emperor? Someone noticed the celestial emperor's attack. It was a blurry figure that was engulfed in flames. The faint silhouette of a phoenix could be vaguely seen in the flames. The 9 Phoenix Heavenly Emperor was a holy venerate powerhouse of the demon race. Such a powerhouse had a great reputation in the demon race. Even the old tortoise had to treat him politely. The 9 Phoenix Heavenly Emperor was a 9-headed phoenix with the bloodline of a true phoenix. The 9-headed phoenix was one of the strongest emperors in the heaven realm. This was because the 9 Phoenix Heavenly Emperor had 9 lives. Every head was a life. He had 9 heads and cultivated 9 lives. One could imagine how strong his life force was. The 9 Phoenix Celestial the Arch sealed the southern heavenly gate. The ancient mutated beast's evil intent inside the southern heavenly gate couldn't rush out, but it was also difficult for the people outside to enter the ancient heavenly court ruins. The southern heavenly gate was the only way in and out of the ruins of the ancient heavenly court. At least, it was the only way that had been discovered for the time being. As a result, all the living beings that had entered the ruins of the ancient heavenly court were temporarily trapped inside. There were even figures of emperors amongst them. Most of the emperors were watching from outside the southern heavenly gate, but some of them couldn't wait and had already entered the southern heavenly gate. At this moment, in the depths of the ancient heavenly court ruins, outside the valley where Gu Fei was, a tall and burly emperor wearing black armor and holding a spear attacked. He wanted to break through the layer of divine light that enveloped the entire valley and barge in. Roar! The emperor roared angrily. The Tao laws of the holy venerates surged from his body. The divine spear in his hand trembled and emitted a dazzling divine light. An extremely powerful wave of energy erupted from the divine spear. Break for me. The emperor raised the divine spear in his hand and stabbed it forward with all his might. The divine spear in his hand turned into a dazzling red light that pierced forward. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire layer of divine light that enveloped the valley shook. Countless ancient runes appeared and intertwined on the divine light. A powerful wave of energy spread out from the divine light. The emperor screamed. He was actually sent flying tens of thousands of feet away. Even the divine spear in his hand flew out. Blood seeped out of his hands and dripped onto the ground. The emperor was extremely shocked. He didn't expect that not only did he not break through the divine light, but he was also injured by the power of the seal. Some of the experts watching from afar were dumbfounded when they saw this. That was a full-powered attack from an emperor, and it actually couldn't break through the seal of the valley. The valley was filled with life energy. Occasionally, there would be rainbow-like celestial light that shot out. There was definitely a great opportunity in the valley. Everyone's eyes were red. However, not everyone had the ability to obtain the great opportunity in the valley. The emperor was unwilling, but so what? He couldn't break the seal of the valley. He could only turn around and leave. He didn't give up. He was going to ask for help. At this moment, in the valley beside the lake, Gu Fei had already refined the spiritual energy of the peach of immortality in his body. To his shock, he realized that his bones and tendons seemed to have gone through a metamorphosis and had become even stronger. Gu Fei stood up from the ground. Instantly, an explosive sound came from his body and a powerful aura spread out from his body. As expected of a quasi-immortal herb, Gu Fei sighed. A quasi-immortal herb was very useful to him as well. This peach of immortality could strengthen one's bones and tendons and increase one's blood energy. Eating a peach of immortality was equivalent to having one's entire body being refined. Of course, this was the first time Gu Fei had eaten a peach of immortality. Hence, it had such a miraculous effect. If he ate too many of them, the effect of the peach of immortality would gradually decrease until it became useless. How can I take these peach of immortality trees away? Gu Fei looked at the 9 peach of immortality trees beside the lake. He felt a headache. This was a remnant of the ancient heavenly court. There was a powerful formation protecting it. He tried to take one of the peach of immortality trees. However, just as he released his inner heaven and earth energy to envelop the peach of immortality tree, the peach of immortality tree suddenly glowed. Streams of essence energy seeped out from the tree, and the peach of immortality tree became listless. Gu Fei immediately stopped. Then, he saw the peach of immortality tree devouring the essence energy of the surroundings and regaining its vitality. What's going on? Gu Fei could not understand. Could it be that the peach of immortality tree could only grow here and could not survive once it left this place? Even an immortal herb could be transplanted, let alone a quasi-immortal herb. There must be some problem that he had not discovered yet. As long as he could find the reason, he would be able to move the peach of immortality tree away. Gu Fei opened his martial path heavenly eye and observed the peach of immortality tree carefully. He was shocked to discover that there were Tao laws of the great Tao intertwining on the trunk of the peach of immortality tree. Of course, these Tao laws were incomplete. There were chaos Tao laws, yin-yang Tao laws, and this was also the reason why there were chaos Qi and yin-yang Qi gathering on the peach of immortality. Looking down from the tree trunk, one could see that the ground was covered with intertwining tendons and roots. Streams of essence Qi were gathering toward the roots, entering the trunk, and then condensing and evolving in the peaches of immortality on the tree crown. Following the path of the essence energy, Gu Fei discovered that the essence energy being absorbed by the peach of immortality tree came from the immortal lake. Looks like there are some unknown secrets in this immortal lake. Gu Fei muttered to himself. Through his martial path heavenly eye, he could see that the surface of the lake was densely packed with Tao laws that resembled spider webs. This surprised Gu Fei a little. With Tao laws densely packed, just what was at the bottom of this immortal lake? As Gu Fei thought about it, a figure walked out from his body. It was one of his clones. This clone was the indestructible clone. It was originally the ultimate weapon of the Ji clan of the ancestral star of Myrtle Myrtle, but Gu Fei had taken it away. The clone took a step forward and instantly appeared in the sky above the lake. The Dao laws densely packed on the lake's surface emitted a brilliant Dao light the moment Gu Fei's clone appeared on the lake's surface. The Dao laws appeared from the void and completely enveloped the immortal lake. The Dao laws manifested ancient runes that sealed the void. However, they were incomplete laws after all, and their power was limited. Gu Fei's indestructible clone broke through the Dao laws on the lake's surface and rushed into the immortal lake with a plop. As soon as he entered the water, Gu Fei felt a bone-piercing chill invading his body. This caused him to be incomparably shocked. The water of the celestial lake was so cold that even a saint would be frozen solid if he were to enter the lake. He dove straight to the bottom of the lake. Soon, he stopped. He saw corpses at the bottom of the lake, causing his hair to stand on end. He saw corpses floating in the lake. Moreover, Gu Fei discovered that these corpses were all young women with dazzling beauty. These young women wore ancient immortal robes. If it wasn't for the fact that there was no aura of life coming from these women, Gu Fei would have thought that these fairies were just sleeping. Gu Fei counted and found that there were dozens of corpses at the bottom of the lake. Apart from the corpses of these fairies, there seemed to be nothing else at the bottom of the lake. However, Gu Fei discovered something. The water at the bottom of the lake did not seem to be cold, but warm. After sensing it carefully, Gu Fei discovered that there were two different kinds of spiritual qi intertwining in the lake. One was bone-chilling cold, while the other was fiery hot. Gu Fei found it unbelievable that Tai Qi and Sun Essence Qi appeared at the same time in the lake. Yin and Yang intertwined, and all living things were born. It seemed like this immortal lake was incredible. The legendary immortal lake indeed lived up to its name. Under the intertwining of Yin and Yang, it could indeed change the physique of a cultivator, allowing a cultivator to condense immortal qi and become a perfected immortal. Of course, this was not an easy task. At this moment, Gu Fei's real body stood quietly by the lake. He could sense everything that the indestructible clone saw and felt at the bottom of the lake. Could it be that the Tai Yin celestial source and the Tai Yang celestial source are at the bottom of the lake? Chapter 29-26. Gu Fei used his great mystique to sense the source of the immortal qi in the lake. He was shocked to discover that there were two immortal sources in the depths of the lake, the immortal Dao source. The legendary immortal transformation lake could allow mortals to become immortals. It was not just a legend, but the truth. Even a pig that fell into the immortal transformation lake would be able to become an immortal under the baptism of the immortal transformation lake's immortal Dao source. However, there were dozens of corpses of fairies at the bottom of the lake. They looked as if they were asleep and could wake up at any time. Even so, Gu Fei knew that they would not wake up. There was no sign of life from their bodies at all. Perhaps it was because they had been soaked in the immortal transformation lake, but the bodies of the fairies had not decayed. They were still vivid and lifelike. At that moment, Gu Fei also knew why he could not take away the peach trees of immortality. It turned out that the 9 peach trees had fused with the 2 immortal sources in the lake. The 9 peach trees could only survive if the entire lake was taken into one's inner world. Voila! With a splash, Gu Fei's clone rushed out of the immortal lake and took a step forward, arriving beside his main body in an instant. It would not be easy to take away the entire immortal lake. Gu Fei began to move. He immediately released his second clone. It was the clone of the celestial sovereign. This clone had been obtained by Gu Fei when he had attacked the ancestral grounds of the Middle State Immortal Mansion on Buzhou Ancestral Star. He had slain the primordial spirit of the celestial sovereign of the Middle State Immortal Mansion with the godly plunder secret technique, then seized the celestial sovereign's body and refined it. In an instant, 3 black-robed youths appeared at the lakeside. These 3 black-robed youths looked exactly the same. No one could tell which one was the real one and which one was a clone. Gu Fei separated from his 2 clones and began to set up a formation. Runes rushed out of their hands and imprinted themselves into the void. Several hours later, a formation that enveloped the entire immortal lake was set up. The formation had 3 formation cores, which were used to store the saint weapons of extreme path. Afterwards, the three saint weapons charged out of Gu Fei's true body and flew into the formation's core. Buzz. With the support of the three saint artifacts, the entire formation immediately began to operate, isolating the entire divine dwelling from the surrounding space. After that, some of the runes were imprinted into the ground, while others soared up into the sky, enveloping the entire sky above the immortal lake. The runes continued to evolve, eventually turning into a gigantic sphere. Gu Fei's true body and the other two incarnations controlled the formation together. The entire lake, as well as the 9 peach trees beside it, were enveloped by spherical runes. With the support of the 3 saint artifacts, the formation successfully severed the connection between the lake and the outside world. Just as the connection between the immortal lake and the outside world was severed, there was a boom. With a bang, the entire valley exploded. An extremely terrifying storm of energy swept out in all directions. Rumble. The formation that sealed the entire divine dwelling collapsed. The heavens and the earth shook, and the powerful storm directly sent the 3 figures that had just arrived outside the valley flying. The 3 unlucky fellows screamed in pain as they were sent flying by the terrifying storm. What? The sudden change shocked all the cultivators in the vicinity of the valley, especially when they saw the 3 experts being blown away by the mighty storm of power. The cultivators immediately turned around and fled. One had to know that the 3 powerful beings that were sent flying were all Saint Venerate level existences. For ordinary cultivators, Holy Venerables were definitely the most powerful beings in the world. Even Holy Venerables were sent flying, let alone them. At that moment, the billowing smoke and dust spread out in all directions like a monstrous wave. Wherever it went, many cultivators who were fleeing for their lives screamed miserably as they were sent flying. "Help! I don't want to die." Some cultivators cried out as they were engulfed by the dust that swept away. All the cultivators were scared out of their wits, hating the fact that they were born with only 2 legs. Even though they ran for their lives, they were constantly swallowed by the billowing dust behind them. The billowing dust wreaked havoc within a radius of 10,000 kilometers before gradually dissipating. Wherever the dust wave passed, most things were razed to the ground. However, there were many places that were protected by mysterious forces that resisted the mighty destructive power. Among them, a strange ancient corpse was alarmed. Roar! The ancient corpse opened its eyes and let out a furious roar. An extremely powerful aura of death erupted from its body. In the next moment, the aura of death completely enveloped the ancient corpse. 2 blood-red eyes flickered in the black gas. What is that? Some of the surviving cultivators stared in shock at the clump of black smoke in the distance. Swoosh! A black silhouette instantly charged out from the black energy to pierce a cultivator's chest. Next, a claw, stained with blood, pierced out from the cultivator's back. "I really don't want to die." The cultivator grabbed the ancient corpse and said unwillingly. Blood continuously gushed out of his mouth. The most fatal thing was that the ancient corpse produced a powerful devouring force that continuously devoured the cultivator's blood. Pfft! With a soft sound, the cultivator's flesh exploded and turned into a bloody mist. The ancient corpse devoured 1 and 2 generals, leaving behind only a skeleton without a trace of flesh. The nearby cultivators couldn't help but tremble in fear when they saw this. They turned around and fled again. This ancient corpse was an expert from the ancient heavenly court. Even though it had fallen for countless years, its bones still didn't decay. Instead, it underwent a corpse transformation. Roar! The ancient corpse roared and pounced towards another target. In an instant, it killed another cultivator. This ancient corpse went on a killing spree and slaughtered the cultivators that were fleeing in all directions. Many of these cultivators were cannon fodder sent by the great monarchs to die. Their cultivation levels weren't high, so they were naturally no match for this ancient corpse. Soon, more than a dozen surviving cultivators had their flesh and blood sucked dry by the ancient corpse. They turned into white bones and died tragically in the hands of this ancient corpse. Monster, don't be so arrogant. Die. Chapter 29-27. Because Gu Fei used a great technique to take away the entire lake. The Grand Formation sealing the entire valley collapsed. As the Grand Formation collapsed, the entire valley immediately exploded. An extremely horrifying destructive force spread out in all directions. This destructive force wreaked havoc within a radius of 10,000 miles. An ancient corpse that was buried under the ruins was shaken out. The ancient corpse was ferocious to the extreme. It began to wantonly kill cultivators and devour their flesh and energy. Very quickly, more than a dozen cultivators who were lucky enough to survive the destructive force were implicated. After devouring the flesh and energy of more than a dozen cultivators, this ancient corpse became even more ferocious and powerful. Just as the ancient corpse was wreaking havoc, a loud shout came from the sky. In the next second, a golden bell rushed over from the sky and directly enveloped the ancient corpse. Roar! The ancient corpse roared at the sky. Then, it threw a punch at the golden bell that was descending from the sky. The violent power of death erupted from its fist. Clang! At the same time, a bell rang, and the ancient corpse immediately fell from the sky due to the killing sound power that erupted from the golden divine bell. Boom! The ancient corpse slammed into the ground, creating a huge pit. Dust flew everywhere and black smoke pervaded the air. However, in the next second, boom! Bang! The ground exploded and a black shadow rushed out from the ground. Then, it punched out. Clang! The golden divine bell was sent flying by the ancient corpse's punch. What? A young man wearing a golden armor was extremely shocked. This ancient corpse was much more powerful than what he had imagined. It was able to knock away his divine bell with one punch. The golden bell was an extremely powerful saint treasure. The destructive force of the sound was something that even saints would find difficult to defend against. Their souls would be shattered by the destructive force. However, this ancient corpse was able to withstand the destructive force of the bell. This made him feel a lot of pressure. Die! The young expert directly attacked the ancient corpse. Rays of dazzling golden sword light rushed out from his hands and pierced through the ancient corpse. However, in the next moment, the young cultivator was dumbfounded. The ancient corpse didn't dodge at all. The golden sword light pierced the ancient corpse's body and made a clanging sound. The golden sword chi was actually shattered. The young expert was extremely shocked. At this time, the ancient corpse roared and directly set off a soaring death energy. It was like a demon that rushed out of hell and fiercely rushed over. Shwa! The young expert immediately dodged. At this time, the cultivators who escaped this calamity had already disappeared without a trace. No one dared to stay and watch the battle. One had to know that this ancient corpse was an existence akin to a demon. Rumble. While the young expert was fighting against the ancient corpse, a thunderous sound came from 10,000 miles away. Rays of godly lights appeared in the sky. That was the divine light of the Great Path. A powerful aura of the Great Path swept out, shocking the young cultivator in golden armor. What is that? The young expert felt the aura of the Great Path and couldn't help but be shocked. Such a fluctuation of the power of the Great Path was definitely not created by an ordinary saint. Is it a saint? The young expert continued to move quickly in the void, avoiding the ancient corpse's attacks. The ancient corpse was not affected at all. Clang! The sound of the bell was heard. Saint-level sound waves spread out from the bell and shook the ancient corpse away. This kind of sound-killing technique was specifically targeted at the primordial spirit. It was a great technique that could kill without leaving a trace. However, the ancient corpse didn't have a primordial spirit at all. This ancient corpse was only fighting by instinct. The ancient corpse didn't have a primordial spirit because it was born too early. Therefore, the young expert's golden bell's destructive power against the ancient corpse was very limited. At this time, 10,000 miles away, endless light of the Great Path rushed in all directions. A huge ball of light rose from the ground like a divine sun. The entire dusky world was illuminated by the divine light of the Great Path. Endless laws of the Great Path intertwined. A terrifying aura spread in all directions, shaking the entire void. At this moment, Even the space of the ancient heavenly court, which was extremely stable, began to tremble. Ripples visible to the naked eye spread from the divine sun. The void that even saint sovereigns couldn't move actually showed signs of collapsing at this time. Pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the void. At this time, a figure walked out from the billions of rays of light. A huge vortex appeared above the divine sun, and a heaven-devouring force surged out from the incomparably huge vortex. It sucked in the divine sun, and then it gradually pulled the divine sun into the vortex. Seeing this scene, the young expert was stunned. He was no longer in the mood to fight against the ancient corpse. He directly used the golden bell to protect himself and turned into a golden light, rushing away. Roar! The ancient corpse roared and chased after him. The sun-like divine light of the great path that rose from the ground 10,000 miles away was something that Gu Fei had created. It was a peerless spherical formation that had sealed a mystical lake inside. Then, it slowly moved into Gu Fei's inner world. Within the spherical formation, there were 3 supreme saint weapons of the great path. Although the gods and the supreme saint weapons had not awakened, they had frozen the void. This was not something that ordinary people could do. Even the emperors of the heaven realm could not do it. Even the fire emperor would find it difficult to do so. Only Gu Fei could do it. At this time, Gu Fei opened his inner world. He wanted to take the mystical lake that was sealed by the spherical formation into his inner world. Rumble. The void was constantly shaking. If it were not for the 3 supreme saint weapons of the great path stabilizing the void, the formation that Gu Fei had set up would have collapsed long ago. Thousands of Tao laws were intertwined. Countless patterns of the formation seemed to be burning. A terrifying aura spread out and shocked the world. Because of the peerless formation that had sealed the mystical lake, no one outside could sense its existence. Who is that person? What is he doing? High in the sky thousands of miles away, a figure stood. This was a middle-aged man with a tall figure and a majestic appearance. He was dressed in black armor and held a spear in his hand. This middle-aged man was the holy Venerate who had attacked the formation in the valley earlier. 2 figures stood behind this holy Venerate. Chapter 29-28. Rumble. The heavens and earth shook. At this moment, even the space of the ancient heavenly court, which was the most stable, was shaken. Pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the void. Seeing this scene, all the cultivators were shocked to the extreme. A huge ball of light that resembled a divine sun was actually transformed into a black hole and was constantly being devoured. Roar! At this moment, a furious roar resounded. A golden figure rushed into the distance. Behind this figure, there was a terrifying figure chasing after it. High up in the sky. The 3 heavenly venerables watched this scene in shock. Ancient corpse demon. The 3 heavenly venerables couldn't help but be shaken when they saw the figure covered in death energy. I'll go and deal with this calamity, a heavenly venerable said. Then, he directly turned into a silver light and chased after the figure. The powerful aura of a heavenly venerable spread out. All the cultivators who sensed this aura were terrified. Silver Dragon Heavenly Venerable. Another heavenly venerable couldn't help but be puzzled. If those ants died, then so be it. They weren't worth saving. One should know that he was a heavenly venerable, a high and mighty heavenly venerable. Don't worry about him, the tall heavenly venerable said indifferently. He stared at the ball of divine light that was being devoured by the black hole. He could faintly see a huge lake inside the ball of divine light. Heavenly Venerable He Yun, did you see it? The Heavenly Venerable suddenly asked the Heavenly Venerable next to him. Zhanzun, what did you see? Heavenly Venerable He Yun asked in confusion. He didn't see anything in the ball of divine light because there were countless Tao laws intertwining above it. He couldn't see anything. You actually didn't see it? Zhanzun said in shock. Could it be that he was the only one who saw the phenomenon above the divine light? At this moment, the Silver Dragon Heavenly Venerable had already started fighting against the ancient corpse. The powerful fluctuations of Heavenly Venerables spread out, shocking the surroundings. The young heavenly venerable who was being chased by the ancient corpse heaved a sigh of relief. He retreated to the sky but didn't leave. Roar! A dragon roar resounded, and a silver dragon claw descended from the sky towards the ancient corpse below. Boom! The huge dragon claw directly smashed the ancient corpse to the ground. The ground shook as the power of a holy venerate true dragon burst forth, causing cracks to appear in the ground. The young saint in golden armor couldn't help but feel extremely shocked when he witnessed this scene. That senior is truly too ferocious. He's unleashing a trump card right off the bat. After all, that was the attack of a holy venerate true dragon. Even an ordinary holy venerate would be blasted apart by that silver dragon claw. However, the ancient corpse's body was nearly indestructible. Although it was smashed into the ground by the silver dragon Saint Sovereign's claw, it didn't explode. The demonic corpse roared and rushed out from the ground. Its death energy instantly filled the air. Yes. High up in the sky, the silver dragon great sage couldn't help but be a little surprised when he saw this scene. This ancient corpse was able to withstand his attack and didn't seem to be affected at all. This kind of physical body was too strong. Roar! The ancient corpse roared and then shot up into the sky, fiercely pouncing towards the silver dragon Saint Sovereign. It was extremely ferocious and completely fearless. To be more accurate, this ancient corpse didn't know what fear was. It was only following some kind of instinct to hunt and kill cultivators. Although the silver dragon Saint Sovereign was shocked by the ancient corpse's physical strength, he wasn't frightened by it. He immediately opened his mouth and spat out a ball of silver flames of the way towards the ancient corpse that was rushing towards him. The silver flames of the way instantly swallowed the ancient corpse. The ancient corpse kept roaring and struggling. The silver flames of the way could melt the world's hardest metal. This time, the ancient corpse's muscles and bones were all ignited. From the inside out, it was completely burned by the flames of the way. Even so, the ancient corpse still ferociously pounced towards the silver dragon Saint Sovereign. The silver dragon Saint Sovereign directly shot up into the sky towards the war sovereign and the black cloud Saint Sovereign. He no longer paid attention to the ancient corpse because he knew that it was finished. Things were just as the silver dragon Saint Sovereign had imagined. The ancient corpse was directly burned into a skeleton by the silver flames of the way and then fell from the sky. It was a skeleton that looked like divine jade. There was a faint spiritual light inside the skull that dissipated in the flames of the way. The young saint in golden armor watched this scene in shock. Only when the silver dragon Saint Sovereign was far away did he rush over from the distance. He couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the skeleton. The skeleton had fallen into the rubble. Its bones were densely covered in runes. The bones were like peerless divine jade and were shrouded in a layer of spiritual light. Is this a physique cultivator from the ancient era? The young saint said in shock. To put it bluntly, physique cultivators, in fact, used their own bodies as divine weapons to be tempered. Then, their bodies would constantly transform and become even more powerful. Boom! While the young saint was still in shock, a huge explosion rang out from the distance. He hurriedly put away the extraordinary skeleton and soared into the sky. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw that there were actually two figures fighting in the distant sky. They were so powerful that his soul was trembling. His body swayed, and he almost fell from the sky. These two are crazy. At this time, the three holy venerables were also dumbfounded. This battle had happened too suddenly. An expert and a fire path expert had suddenly charged out. Who was that person? Fire Emperor? The black cloud, Saint Sovereign said in a trembling voice. If it's not that guy, who else could it be? The war sovereign said bitterly. He felt a sense of loss, as if he had been defeated. He realized that the Fire Emperor had actually taken the most crucial step, and the expert who was fighting with the Fire Emperor had also taken that step. Who is fighting with the Fire Emperor? The silver dragon, Saint Sovereign asked. I don't know. I've never seen him before. The black cloud, Saint Sovereign said while shaking his head. Boom! The two figures collided like shooting stars, causing a deafening explosion. A terrifying aura spread out, causing even the Saint Venerables to feel their hearts palpitating. Fire Emperor, what are you trying to do? Gu Fei was enraged. He was at the most crucial moment of collecting the immortal lake. But to think that this guy would suddenly attack him, this was simply too detestable. I'm not trying to do anything. It's an ownerless object, and everyone who sees it has a share. Give me half of it, and I'll leave immediately. The Fire Emperor spoke loudly as he attacked. With a wave of his hand, a powerful fire path energy transformed into a flaming bird that pounced at Gu Fei. Go to hell. Gu Fei was enraged. This guy's skin was too thick. To think that he would dare to say such words. This was simply too detestable. Did this guy think that he was a pushover? Buzz. Gu Fei's hands danced as extremely sharp sword chi shot out from his hands, seemingly wanting to tear the void apart, displaying a powerful might. This was the heaven-punishing Nine Swords, a sword Dao that was said to be able to destroy the heavens. This was a murderous sword Dao with a shocking killing intent. Even the Saint Venerables and saints who were thousands of miles away felt a bone-piercing chill. What a terrifying sword Dao. This sword Dao seems to be very similar to the soaring immortal sword Dao of the Yuan ancient heavenly emperor. Could there be a connection between the two? The war sovereign muttered to himself. He came from the Middle Earth and hadn't appeared in the world for thousands of years. Although he had heard of Gu Fei's name, he didn't know what Gu Fei looked like. The sword Dao displayed by this person seemed to be of the same origin as the soaring immortal sword Dao of the Yuan ancient heavenly emperor. This made the war sovereign think of many things. He even suspected that this guy was the Yuan ancient heavenly emperor. This was because the Yuan ancient heavenly emperor was too mysterious. No one had ever seen his true appearance. Ever since the Yuan ancient forces were destroyed by the demon race, the Yuan ancient heavenly emperor had completely disappeared. Not long ago, an incarnation of the Yuan ancient heavenly emperor had appeared in the Nanling Mountains. Since then, no one had heard any news about the Yuan ancient heavenly emperor. However, everyone knew that the primordial heavenly ruler definitely wouldn't continue hiding like this. He would definitely jump out again, but no one knew when he would do so. At this moment, Gu Fei and the Fire Emperor were moving rapidly in the void. The swordlight and the firebird kept colliding, causing a dazzling light to erupt. The strength of the two powerhouses was almost equal, but Gu Fei's martial body was much stronger than the Fire Emperor's. However, the Fire Emperor had already suffered because of his weak body, so he didn't dare to face Gu Fei head-on. Rumble. The immortal lake that had been sealed by the peerless spherical formation was still being devoured by the huge black hole that had appeared in the sky. Although the process was slow, it was only a matter of time before the immortal lake was sucked into Gu Fei's inner world. The Fire Emperor seemed to have noticed this problem. He wanted to get rid of Gu Fei and attack the peerless spherical formation. The flame-shaped Dao patterns turned into firebirds that swooped towards the spherical formation. Every firebird emitted an extremely powerful wave of fire elemental power. Gu Fei didn't stop the firebirds that were rushing towards the spherical formation. Instead, he used the 9 heaven-punishing swords and attacked the Fire Emperor. Swish! An extremely sharp swordlight brushed past the Fire Emperor's right shoulder and left a bloody sword mark on it. A wave of destructive sword chi invaded the Fire Emperor's body. In an instant, half of the Fire Emperor's body lost its vitality. When the firebird shot out by the Fire Emperor landed on the spherical formation, it was unable to shake the peerless formation that was supported by the 3 extreme Dao Saint artifacts. The Fire Emperor was extremely shocked. He was shocked to discover that he had underestimated his opponent's murderous sword principle. He had also underestimated his opponent's methods. The spherical formation wasn't something that he could shake. Chapter 29-29. During the battle between Gu Fei and the Fire Emperor, the terrifying sword chi emitted by the 9 heaven punishment swords cut the Fire Emperor's right shoulder, leaving a bloody mark on his shoulder. Although it was just a seemingly insignificant wound, a destructive sword chi that made the Fire Emperor feel fear invaded the Fire Emperor's body. In just an instant, half of the Fire Emperor's body was destroyed by the destructive sword chi. The skin that was exposed outside his clothes turned deathly gray. The Fire Emperor quickly retreated, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the air. Roar! The Fire Emperor roared. Bang! With a bang, the right half of his body exploded. The flesh and bones that were corroded by the heaven punishment sword chi all turned into a bloody mist and were instantly cut off from his body. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei could not help but admire the Fire Emperor. This guy was decisive and ruthless to himself. Perhaps only such an existence could take that step. At this time, the left half of the Fire Emperor's body was burning. The extreme young true fire of the sun was vast and mighty. His broken body was constantly being repaired, and his flesh and bones were growing rapidly. In just an instant, the Fire Emperor's body recovered. The right half of his body that was cut off by him grew back. However, his clothes were torn, revealing his strong upper body. Fiery patterns wove on his body. Every single pore of his had been releasing the essence sun power, burning the air and stirring up visible ripples in the air. In the flames, one could vaguely see the shadows of golden crows. Gu Fei did not take advantage of his victory to attack. He only looked at the Fire Emperor indifferently, allowing him to recover his injured body. At this time, more than half of the spherical formation in the sky had been swallowed by the black hole vortex in the sky. Rumble! The world shook and the aura of the extreme Tao was vast. The entire immortal lake was about to be absorbed into Gu Fei's inner world. At this time, Gu Fei was finally relieved. With the three extreme Tao Saint artifacts as the core of the formation, no one could shake this formation. Not even the Fire Emperor could. Even if a quasi-supreme being were to make a move, it would be very difficult. Moreover, in today's world, there was no news of a quasi-supreme being emerging. Of course, there were people who speculated that the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu in the human realm was a quasi-supreme being. The ruthless man who suppressed the Arctic demons for thousands of years by himself might also be a quasi-supreme being. However, this was only the speculation of some people. Although there was no quasi-supreme, there was one human emperor. That human emperor was none other than human Emperor Jiang of the Jiang family. There was also the mysterious supreme expert of the immortal Tao, an existence that even Ghost Emperor Fengdu respected. Perhaps he was a supreme. Immortal Lake? You actually want to monopolize the legendary Immortal Transformation Lake? You are too greedy. Fire Emperor stared at Gu Fei and said coldly, if I can monopolize it, that means I have the ability to monopolize it. If you have the ability, then come and snatch it from me. Gu Fei said, You are too arrogant. Fire Emperor said in a deep voice, Haha, only those who have the ability can be arrogant. Do you have a problem with that? Gu Fei shrugged and said, Kill. The Fire Emperor did not say anything else and attacked right away. A huge shadow of a golden bird appeared on his body, and the Fire Wei Dao Law surged on his body. With a wave of his hand, endless divine fire swept towards Gu Fei in an overwhelming manner. The terrifying temperature emitted by the true fire of the sun could definitely melt the hardest divine iron and gold in the world. Even if a saint was burned by this true fire of the great path, his body and soul would be destroyed. This move again. Gu Fei chuckled and directly used the heaven-covering palm. A huge hand of chaos appeared in the void and pressed forward, blocking the monstrous true fire of the sun rumble. The huge hand of chaos was like a purple divine mountain. It rushed forward and blasted Fire Emperor away. Gu Fei and Fire Emperor began to fight. There is actually a celestial lake in that thing. In the distant sky, the Zhanzun and the others who heard the conversation between Gu Fei and Fire Emperor were extremely shocked. The legendary Immortal Transformation Lake had actually reappeared and was being taken away by that person. The legendary Immortal Transformation Lake. This, Black Cloud Saint and Silver Dragon Saint were extremely shocked. One must know that the Immortal Transformation Lake was only a legend about the ancient heavenly court. It was said that even if a mortal fell into the Immortal Transformation Lake, they would still be able to ascend and become an immortal. No one would have thought that such a celestial lake actually existed. With such a celestial lake, wouldn't one be able to create immortals at will? Thinking of this, even the Zhanzun and the others could not help but sweat. This was simply too crazy. Roar. Fire Emperor roared towards the sky and used the secret technique of the Fire Clan. He turned into a huge golden crow that was as huge as a mountain. Monstrous true fire of the sun surged out from the golden crow. As the golden crow flapped its wings, rays of golden light rushed out from its body, turning into a peerless sword light that slashed at Gu Fei in an overwhelming manner. Gu Fei's entire body was covered in a vast chaotic aura. He punched out with his primal chaos fist, displaying an invincible fist intent. Countless golden sword shadows were all shattered by his fists. Eat my fist. Gu Fei was like an invincible god of war that had descended into the world. He directly broke through the layers of golden sword chi and arrived before the golden crow. Then, he punched out with all his might. A powerful fist force suddenly erupted, causing visible ripples to appear in the void. On Gu Fei's fist, primal chaos runes could be vaguely seen. This was the power displayed by the fusion of the martial body and battle technique. At this moment, the golden crow's wings were like two golden heavenly blades that slashed towards Gu Fei, colliding with Gu Fei's fist. Boom! The two forces exploded and turned into a destructive wave that swept out in all directions. It directly affected the spherical matrix in the sky. However, above the spherical matrix, a ball of divine light of the Great Path emerged, blocking all the destructive waves that swept out. At the same time, the black hole in the sky was about to swallow the divine light of the Great Path that covered the entire deity lake. However, at this moment, a giant cauldron suddenly rushed over from afar and directly collided with the divine light of the Great Path. Boom! With a loud noise, the ball of light of the Great Path was actually shaken. Countless patterns of the Great Path emerged and intertwined on the ball of light, exploding with a powerful aura of the Great Path. What? Seeing this, Gu Fei could not help but be shocked. Above the giant cauldron, there were black and white yin and yang qi intertwining, emitting the aura of the Great Path of yin and yang. It's the yin-yang cauldron. Could it be him? Chapter 29:30. At the critical moment when Gu Fei was collecting the fairy lake, an ancient cauldron appeared and shook the great matrix that Gu Fei had set up. This shocked Gu Fei greatly. Gu Fei knew the power of the great matrix that he had set up. Even if a prospective supreme cultivator came personally, it would be difficult to shake it. After all, he had used 3 saint implements of the Great Path to guard the eye of the matrix. As long as the eye of the matrix was not broken, the great matrix would not be broken. However, the sudden appearance of the cauldron of yin-yang had directly shaken the great matrix that he had set up. In other words, the person who had secretly attacked was extremely powerful. The cauldron of yin-yang qi was definitely a divine item that was comparable to a saint implement of the Great Path. Damn it! Gu Fei was shocked and angry. He abandoned Fire Emperor and rushed into the sky. He then slapped the cauldron of yin-yang with his palm. Clang! The entire cauldron of yin-yang was sent flying by his palm. It disappeared into the dark sky. My friend Gu Fei, it's such a big piece of meat. Why don't you share some with others? At this time, an old voice was heard from afar. A figure walked over from afar. A large cauldron floated above this person's head. Streams of yin and yang qi fell from the large cauldron. I don't even have enough for myself. Why would I share with you? It seems that you've really gone crazy from hunger. Gu Fei stared at the silhouette and said angrily. The person who walked over was an old man with a head of white hair and a rough hemp robe. The old man's eyebrows were golden, and although his voice was hoarse, he didn't look old at all. It's really him. When Fire Emperor saw the old man, his heart could not help but beat wildly. White hair and golden eyebrows were the characteristics of this cultivator. He was a prospective Runhuang. The cauldron of yin-yang qi floating above the old man's head was a real Runhuang cauldron. It was a cauldron of yin-yang qi refined by a Runhuang. Only the Runhuang cauldron could shake the great matrix that Gu Fei had set up. Of course, it could only shake it. It could not threaten Gu Fei's great matrix. Who are you? Gu Fei stared coldly at the old man who had just arrived. The Qin Emperor. The old man uttered 2 words. What? Gu Fei couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. This person is actually called Qin Emperor. Could it be that this fellow is actually a member of the Qin clan that has appeared in the mortal dimension recently? The Qin clan was known as an emperor-ranked clan. Since they dared to be called an emperor-ranked clan, they naturally had a paragon in the past. But there was also a possibility that they had a human emperor. Human emperors and paragons were both supreme existences in the world. The era that the Qin clan existed in was simply too long ago. No one knew if the Qin clan had produced a supreme being or a human emperor. The Qin Emperor. The Fire Emperor looked at the old man in the sky in shock. The Qin Emperor was definitely a supreme being who stood at the peak of all living beings in his era. Yes, it's you, little guy. I didn't expect the snotty kid from back then to have grown to such an extent. The old man glanced at Fire Emperor. He recognized him. Snotty kid. When Gu Fei heard the old man's words, he couldn't help but have the urge to laugh. This Fire Emperor was an old antique, but he was actually called a snot child. The Fire Emperor was also extremely embarrassed. At this time, the ball-shaped divine light of the great path in the sky was hit by the yin-yang cauldron. More than half of the celestial lake that had been swallowed was knocked out. This guy, Gu Fei, was very unhappy. These guys were simply bandits. They all wanted a share of the loot. Did they really think that he was a soft persimmon that could be easily bullied? Taoist Gu Fei, what do you think of my suggestion? The old man Qin Emperor looked at Gu Fei and said, What do you think? Gu Fei said impatiently, Well, it seems that I will have to spar with you, the old man said. Come on. Come, I want to experience senior's methods. Gu Fei was extremely domineering. He could sense how powerful this old man named Qin Emperor was. This guy was definitely a genuine paragon. Although there was an essential difference between a paragon and a human emperor, the cultivation and combat ability of the two were almost the same. This is going to be interesting. The Fire Emperor retreated into the distance. The old man was an extremely arrogant person. He had been famous all over the world for many years. Such an existence would not need help. Bang! The old Qin Emperor made his move. He merely made a gesture with his hand, and the entire space shook violently. A shapeless shockwave immediately surged toward Gu Fei, who was standing opposite of him. Gu Fei was shocked. He never thought that the old man could shake the entire void with just a gesture. It should be noted that this was the void of the ancient heavenly court. It was extremely stable. Even a Saint Venerable would have a hard time shaking it. He even suspected that the void where the ancient heavenly court was located had been refined and strengthened by a supreme. Otherwise, it would not be so stable. Gu Fei did not dare to be careless. He directly stretched out his right hand and pressed forward to block the wave. Double slash of yin and yang. Two balls of divine light emerged from the old man's hands. The ball of divine light on his left hand was as black as ink and emitted an extremely cold aura. On his right hand, a ball of golden light burst out like a golden sun. Go! The old man exhaled and shouted. Two balls of divine light immediately rushed out from his hands and intertwined with each other as they blasted towards Gu Fei. In an instant, the two balls of light had already blasted towards Gu Fei from the left and right. Gu Fei's expression was serious. He separated his hands and directly blocked the two balls of yin and yang light. However, at the next moment, there was a boom. The two balls of light instantly exploded. The power of yin and the power of the sun intertwined and collided with each other. In an instant, Gu Fei was drowned in the two balls of divine light. The power of destruction was vast and mighty. In the void, pitch-black spatial cracks appeared one after another. The old man's first move was a powerful one. The power of yin and the power of the sun collided, and the power of the attack instantly multiplied. In the distant sky, when the Fire Emperor saw this scene, he could not help but be stunned. This old man was still as ferocious as ever. The moment he attacked, he made Gu Fei suffer. Rumble. The void shook. The destructive power formed by the power of yin and the power of the sun made even the Fire Emperor's heart palpitate. However, when the power of yin and the power of the sun dissipated, a figure appeared in the void. That person was Gu Fei. He had suffered a great impact. The clothes on his upper body had already turned into ashes, revealing his muscular body. Rays of chaotic divine light flowed on his body. Under his skin, there were chaotic patterns intertwining. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. You are actually his successor. Chapter 29:31. You're actually his successor. The old man, Qin Hao, stared at Gu Fei with yin and yang Dao runes intertwining in his eyes. It was as if he wanted to see through Gu Fei from inside out. Under the dim, starry sky, above the endless ruins, the atmosphere was somewhat depressing. Gu Fei did not sense any killing intent from the old man, which meant that the old man was not here to kill him. However, he still did not dare to let his guard down. The old man's cultivation and combat strength were too strong, while Yi Chuan had yet to cross his tribulation and was not a true quasi-supreme. Facing such an opponent, Yi Chuan felt great pressure. What did you say? Gu Fei said with some hesitation. Could it be that this old man knew the martial ancestor or knew one of the martial ancestor's successors? Otherwise, why would he say such words? The martial madman's successors are all extraordinary. Come, let me see how strong you are. The old man did not say anything and made another starting gesture. This time, the shadow of a chaotic dragon rushed out from his body as if a real primordial chaotic heavenly dragon had appeared between heaven and earth. It emitted a powerful energy fluctuation and directly pounced towards Gu Fei. Roar! An earth-shattering dragon roar seemed to resound in Gu Fei's ears, shocking him. This old man's control of power had reached a divine level. It was just a starting gesture, and there was already such a scene. Wouldn't it be even more terrifying once he attacked? Yin and yang into chaos. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat. The old man's cultivation path was actually similar to his, but this old man was not a cultivator. The old man did not cultivate the immortal Tao, but the divine Tao. This old man was a divine Tao expert, many times stronger than those god emperors and ultimate gods that Gu Fei had encountered. This was a supreme expert who had almost cultivated to the supremacy realm. Roar! Gu Fei roared. His long hair fluttered even though there was no wind. Chaos Tao patterns emerged and intertwined on his body. A giant figure emerged from his body and turned into a chaos giant. It grabbed the chaotic heavenly dragon's two horns and descended from the sky. Boom! The chaotic heavenly dragon was smashed to the ground. The earth shook, and dust flew up from the ground. This scene was incomparably realistic and shocking to the extreme. It was as if they had returned to the desolate era of the primordial era where the chaos giant and the chaos heavenly dragon fought. The aura of primordial chaos spread out, causing all the cultivators who were watching from afar to gape. Even the Fire Emperor was incomparably shocked, let alone the other cultivators. Is this a battle between Tao laws? The Fire Emperor muttered to himself. He knew that although Old Man Qin Huang and Gu Fei were standing still, such a battle was extremely dangerous. If they were not careful, they would be injured by the other party's Tao laws and suffer a great loss of vitality. Gu Fei and Old Man Qin Huang gave their all to evolve the Tao laws. The two of them seemed to be on a spiritual journey. Endless Tao laws emerged from their bodies and augmented the chaos giant and the chaotic heavenly dragon. In the void between the two powerhouses, there seemed to be a wild and ancient world appearing. The two supreme beings were locked in a fierce battle, and it was hard to tell who would win. All of this was the evolution of the Tao laws of the two experts. The evolution of the Tao laws of this level was simply reappearing in the desolate ancient world. This was the terrifying power of taking that step. At this moment, Old Man Qin Huang was extremely shocked. He had never expected that this young man named Gu Fei would be as powerful as the rumors said. The extent of Gu Fei's understanding of the great path left Old Man Qin Huang in disbelief. As far as he knew, even in that era, there were not many experts with such cultivation. It was the regret of the old man's life that he could not become a Runhuang. His desire to win was once again stimulated by Gu Fei. An even more powerful divine law of the great path emerged from his body and augmented the chaotic heavenly dragon. Gu Fei immediately felt the pressure multiply. He had no choice but to do his best to evolve his own Tao. Only his Tao was the most suitable for him. He had already realized this a long time ago. Boom. At this moment, a loud sound came from the illusory, desolate, ancient world in front of Gu Fei. The chaos giant that Gu Fei evolved was sent flying by the chaotic heavenly dragon. Roar. The chaotic heavenly dragon roared angrily. Then, it opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of chaotic real fire towards the chaos giant that had just climbed up from the ground. The chaotic real fire swallowed the chaos giant in an instant. The chaos giant raised its head and inhaled. The chaotic real fire that enveloped it actually gathered in its mouth and swallowed the chaotic real fire completely in an instant. After the chaos giant swallowed the chaotic real fire, it immediately became stronger. It pushed its feet off the ground and pounced towards the chaotic, heavenly dragon with a roar. Old man Qin Huang could not help but be surprised when he saw this. The chaos giant that Gu Fei evolved could actually refine his true fire of Dao laws. However, old man Qin Huang had attained the Dao much earlier than Gu Fei and was even older than the Fire Emperor. He was definitely a super antique. His understanding of the Great Path was naturally above that of Gu Fei. Boom. Another loud sound was heard. The chaos giant that Gu Fei evolved was once again sent flying by the chaotic heavenly dragon's tail. The Dao laws on the chaos giant's body dissipated and its body was almost disintegrated by the chaotic heavenly dragon's tail. Just as Gu Fei was fighting with old man Qin Huang, the mystical lake that Gu Fei had sealed up with the formation was still being absorbed into his inner world. Some people could not remain calm and tried to snatch the mystical lake away. The legendary immortal lake was a lake that could allow one to become an immortal. No one could remain calm when such a deity lake was born. At this moment, a giant hand of golden light reached out from afar. The giant hand of golden light shrouded the entire space. It was many times larger than a mountain. In an instant, the black hole vortex in the sky and the deity lake that was wrapped in the divine light of the Great Path were shrouded under it. How dare you? Gu Fei was shocked. He was distracted. In the desolate world that evolved in front of him, the chaotic heavenly dragon immediately showed its might. It pounced on the chaos giant ferociously and tore the chaos giant's body apart. Roar. Gu Fei let out a furious roar. The chaos giant that he had evolved with the Dao laws exploded and completely destroyed the desolate world that he had evolved. The chaotic heavenly dragon also dissipated in the void. Chapter 29:32. Emperor Qin's face showed a hint of anger. Someone actually dared to interfere with the battle between him and Gu Fei. It was really despicable. Swoosh. In the next moment, his figure disappeared into the void. In the next moment, the golden hand that had grabbed him from afar exploded and dissipated in the void. Virum. An ancient yin-yang cauldron rushed out. A figure flew over from afar involuntarily and was directly sucked into the ancient yin-yang cauldron. Seeing this scene, everyone was extremely shocked. It should be known that the person who attacked was a holy sage. However, even someone as powerful as a holy sage was as weak as an ant in front of this old man. A holy sage was actually sucked into the ancient yin-yang cauldron. This scene was really unimaginable. It should be known that a holy sage was a top cultivator regardless of whether it was in the human realm or the heaven realm. Boom, boom, boom. Above the ancient yin-yang cauldron, the yin and yang qi intertwined. Sounds of wind and thunder came from the cauldron. Faint screams came from the ancient cauldron, but very soon, there were no more sounds. Could it be that an extremely powerful holy sage was refined to death by the yin-yang cauldron just like that? Seeing this scene, those who were preparing to attack in the dark were shocked. This old man was really too powerful. He actually killed a holy sage with one attack. This kind of method was really too frightening. Whoever dares to attack again, this is what will happen to you. The old man's figure appeared again. With a wave of his hand, the ancient yin-yang cauldron immediately flew back to him and landed in his hand. Emperor Qin was extremely powerful. As he scanned the surroundings, many cultivators who were hiding in the dark felt their hearts palpitate. Some of them directly retreated. I might as well fulfill your wish. As Emperor Qin said this, he actually attacked directly. He hit the celestial lake that was enveloped by the divine light of the great path into the pitch-black whirlpool. This, Gu Fei was dumbfounded. Fire Emperor was also dumbfounded. Gu Fei had used a lot of effort and still failed to suck the celestial lake into his inner world. However, this old man had directly hit the celestial lake into his inner world. Was this the power of a human emperor? At this moment, an earth-shattering change was taking place in Gu Fei's inner world. All the creatures in the inner world were alarmed. The experts of the Ming family and the Undying clan rushed out immediately. High up in the sky, the chaotic aura was vast and mighty, and the divine light of the great path shot up into the sky. A celestial lake gushing with endless celestial aura rushed down from the sky and landed on the ground. What happened? In Gu Fei's inner world, all the creatures watched this scene in horror. No one knew what was happening. At this time, Gu Fei did not appear in the inner world. Yan Er was not there either. Gu Ling had also left. Even Ming Long was not in the inner world at this time. The old clan leader of the Ming family stood on a mountain peak and looked up. Behind him stood a group of high-level members of the Ming family. Old Patriarch, this. A tall, middle-aged man standing behind the old patriarch tried to say something with a trembling voice, but no words came out. Rumble. The whole world shook. Endless Tao laws and celestial light intertwined. Under the shroud of the Tao light and celestial light, a celestial lake landed on a mountain range. At this time, in another direction high up in the sky, a monstrous deathly aura surged over. The deathly aura formed into clouds, and the three undying emperors stood on the clouds. Could it be the Lord? The three undying emperors were also extremely shocked. The scene of a celestial lake falling from the sky was too shocking. The celestial lake landed on a mountain range. An extremely pure celestial aura spread out from the depths of the mountain range. In the void, there was a faint medicinal fragrance. But soon, the celestial aura from the depths of the mountain receded like a tide and disappeared into the depths of the mountain range. The medicinal fragrance also disappeared into the void. Old ancestor, should we go and take a look? Someone from the Ming family asked the old clan leader on the mountain top. Let's take a look first. The old ancestor of the Ming family was very cautious. Before figuring out the situation, he wouldn't act rashly because he didn't want to take any risks. The old clan leader looked at the dark cloud in the sky and fell into deep thought. Those guys from the Undying clan are here too. Someone followed the old ancestor's gaze and couldn't help but exclaim. The Ming family and the Undying clan each occupied a territory. They usually didn't have much contact with each other, but they knew of each other's existence. However, to the Ming family, the people from the Undying clan were surrounded by deathly aura. Wherever they passed, life would be severed. Therefore, they didn't like the people from the Undying clan. The three Undying emperors were also very shrewd. They didn't make a move and only watched. At this time, there seemed to be a world changing in the depths of the mountain range. Two figures could be vaguely seen in the Tao light and celestial light. Even the undying true dragon divine herb in the depths of this world was startled. It hid in the distance and looked towards the depths of the mountain range. Not long after, the depths of the mountain range gradually calmed down. Two figures soared into the sky, broke through the void, and left this world. My lords, seeing this scene, all the living creatures in this world almost had their eyeballs fall out. At this time, everyone in the outside world was also shocked. They saw the void break, and Gu Fei suddenly walked out from the broken void. Even Emperor Qin revealed a surprised expression because he didn't expect Gu Fei to have two doppelgangers, and each doppelganger was extremely powerful. Little guy, you're really lucky. Emperor Qin took a deep look at Gu Fei, then turned around and left. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared under the dim, starry sky. Gu Fei didn't expect that the old man who had taken that step would leave just like that. This stunned him for a moment, but he quickly came back to his senses. Brother Gu, I didn't expect you to be valued by that senior. Congratulations. Fire Emperor said. Why? Are you disappointed? You didn't get to eat the fat meat you wanted, and instead, you got the cold shoulder. Are you happy? Gu Fei said to Fire Emperor with a faint smile. It's your luck to get the celestial lake. There's nothing for me to be disappointed about. See you later." At this time, Fire Emperor cupped his hands at Gu Fei and turned into a golden crow. He soared into the sky and disappeared into the darkness in the blink of an eye. Gu Fei's two doppelgangers rushed towards his original body with the divine weapon of Great Path, then disappeared into his body. At this time, the entire ancient heavenly court suddenly shook. An extremely terrifying death aura burst out from the depths of the ruins without warning, as if a terrifying king of death had woken up from a deep sleep. This? Chapter 29:33. An unknown change had taken place in the depths of the ancient heavenly court's ruins. A terrifying aura that would make even a saint's heart tremble emanated from the depths of the ruins. What's going on? Gu Fei was shocked beyond words. He took a step forward and disappeared into the dusky sky. The news of the ancient heavenly court's reappearance had already spread throughout the heavenly realm and the human realm. Experts kept coming to the depths of the heavenly realm. When these experts saw the ancient ruins that stretched as far as the eye could see, they were all shocked to the extreme. The ancient heavenly court had turned into ruins, and countless secrets were buried within. Some said that the ancient heavenly court had buried an entire era. The destruction of the ancient heavenly court represented the end of an era. However, this era was extremely ancient and could be traced back to the primordial era. During the mythological era, the ancient heavenly court had already become a legend. In the present world, there weren't many super old-timers who could survive the mythological era. That was because not everyone could endure the long passage of time. There were countless unforeseen events that could occur during the long passage of time. At this time, countless experts had gathered at the southern heavenly gate outside the ancient heavenly court's ruins. However, the Nine Phoenix Saint had set up the Great Tao Nine seals on the gate, preventing anyone from entering. Moreover, a terrifying beast was guarding the southern heavenly gate. It was ready to rush out once the seal was gone. Although this ancient beast had fallen for countless years, its evil intentions were still unquenchable. After continuously devouring the cultivator's flesh and energy, it actually reformed its physical body. An endless aura of death shrouded the entire space inside the southern heavenly gate. The terrifying aura made all the experts' hearts palpitate. Apart from the living beings that had entered the ancient heavenly court's ruins before, it seemed to have become an extremely difficult task to enter now. After continuous exploration, some people realized that the ruins were truly frighteningly huge. It was truly like an endless continent. Some people wanted to find a way to enter the ancient heavenly court's ruins. However, it seemed that other than the southern heavenly gate, there was no other way to enter the ancient heavenly court's ruins. Some people suggested inviting the human emperor from the human realm to destroy the beast blocking the southern heavenly gate. However, not everyone could invite the human emperor. However, right when everyone was at their wits' end, a heart-palpitating aura actually emerged from the depths of the ancient heavenly court ruins. The ancient beast blocking the southern heavenly gate immediately retreated and rushed into the depths of the ancient heavenly court, instantly disappearing into the dusky world. What's going on? What happened? The experts outside the southern heaven gate were indescribably shocked. A thunderous sound came from the ruins of the ancient heavenly court. Then, everyone saw an incomparably shocking scene. Inside the ruins of the ancient heavenly court, the ground trembled. Ancient corpses, skeletons, and other undead creatures shrouded in the aura of death crawled out from the ruins. There seemed to be some kind of power summoning the undead creatures in the ruins of the ancient heavenly court. All the creatures that crawled out of the ruins gathered towards the depths of the ancient heavenly court. It was as if a supreme king of death was summoning countless undead creatures. Just when everyone was in shock, the Jiuhuang Saint Sovereign took action and retracted the 9 Great Path divine markings that were sealing the southern heavenly gate. The 9 seals of the Great Path had been lifted. However, even though the seals had been lifted, the experts outside the southern heavenly gate hesitated. It was dead silent outside the southern heavenly gate. No one spoke. You're all a bunch of cowards. If you don't want to go in, I'll go in. Suddenly, a voice was heard. Then, a black-robed man walked over from afar. He was tall and muscular, giving off a sense of power. The big guy directly rushed towards the southern heavenly gate and into the ancient heavenly court ruins. After the big guy rushed into the southern heavenly gate, he stopped and turned around to give the people outside the gate the middle finger. Then, he turned around and rushed into the dusky void. Preposterous. The experts outside the southern heavenly gate couldn't help but feel angry when they saw that the big guy actually dared to look down on them. However, after seeing that nothing ominous happened after the big guy entered, many of them could no longer sit still. After the first person entered, there was a second. Soon, many people rushed into the southern heavenly gate. Some of the more cautious experts were tempted. A golden chariot came from afar. The chariot was pulled by 3 golden war lions. The 3 golden war lions pulled the golden chariot straight into the southern heavenly gate. On the golden chariot, there were golden Tao markings intertwining. The chariot emitted a chilling aura of the great path. The dazzling golden light of the great path lit up the void. Buzhou ancestral star, someone from the golden imperial clan. Someone recognized the origin of the golden chariot. There were 5 ancestral lands in the human realm, and the Buzhou ancestral star was one of them. The golden imperial clan of the Buzhou ancestral star had once had a supreme, so they were also known as the imperial clan. The strength of the imperial clan was undeniable. No one dared to look down on the golden imperial clan of the Buzhou ancestral star. The imperial clan expert did not show himself, so no one could peek inside the chariot. Soon, the 3 golden war lions pulled the chariot far away and disappeared into the dusky starry sky. Some divine path experts from the human realm also came and entered the ruins of the ancient heavenly court. This was a grand event. The experts of the heavenly realm and the mortal realm would gather together and explore this boundless primordial ruins together. There was definitely a great fortune within these ruins. However, not everyone could obtain such a great fortune. Countless people entered the ruins of the ancient heavenly court, but there were only 1 or 2 who could obtain a great fortune. Most people would probably fall in the ruins and never be able to get out. Swoosh! A hazy light suddenly flashed in the dark ruins. A few figures that were shrouded by the light instantly turned into dust and dissipated in the void, completely disappearing from the world. This was what happened in a corner of the ancient heavenly court. A few cultivators touched the remaining power of laws in the ruins, and their bodies and souls were immediately destroyed. Such things were happening everywhere in the ruins. Although the ancient heavenly court had been reduced to ruins, there were still remnants of immortal nomological laws left in this place even after countless years. Even sages would be in danger once they came into contact with the remaining power of laws, let alone other cultivators. Someone had even triggered a damaged formation. The huge, damaged formation enveloped an area of several thousand kilometers, turning all living beings within that area into ashes. There were even saints who had fallen within the formation. The ancient heavenly court's ruins were just too big. Even though it wasn't to say that there were traps everywhere and that it was a dangerous land that could take people's lives, it was still terrifying. The traps in the ruins would appear without warning. Once they appeared, it usually meant death. As countless cultivators were entering the ancient heavenly court ruins through the South Heaven Gate, a figure was standing on a barren mountain deep inside the ancient heavenly court ruins. It was a young man in black. He was not particularly handsome, but his eyes were deep and he had a special temperament. He was Gu Fei. That is, Gu Fei was incomparably shocked, because there was actually an incomparably huge city in front of him. The pitch-black walls were like an ancient divine mountain towering between the heavens and the earth. There was an ancient city in the ancient heavenly court. This was something that Gu Fei did not expect. It was rare to see a complete building in the endless ruins. The city was huge and the walls on both sides could not be seen. The walls were thousands of feet tall. In front of such a huge city, humans were as tiny as ants. Swoosh! A figure flickered in the distance. A figure shrouded in fiery chi appeared on another stone mountain near Gu Fei. I didn't expect you to be here earlier than me. Fire Emperor glanced at Gu Fei and said. Although the two of them were a few hundred miles apart, it was as if they were face to face because of their cultivation. That means you're not good enough, Gu Fei said expressionlessly. Fire Emperor was indeed a character, and a very good opponent. There was no unresolvable grudge between Gu Fei and Fire Emperor. There was no need for him to fight to the death with Fire Emperor. Humph, we still don't know who's not good enough. Fire Emperor snorted coldly. At this time, countless undead creatures from all directions converged towards the giant city in front of them. It was a torrent of undead creatures, and it was unknown how many undead creatures had crawled out from the ruins. Roar! An incomparably shocking roar came from the huge city. Countless undead creatures came to the front of the huge city, but they did not enter it. They just crouched on the ground in fear, as if they were worshipping a supreme monarch. This scene made Gu Fei and Fire Emperor dumbfounded. The area where the huge city was located was filled with the aura of death. There were still countless undead creatures rushing towards the huge city from afar. Among the countless undead creatures, Gu Fei sensed many extremely powerful auras. It was a strange beast that was the size of a small mountain and shaped like a qilin. However, it had 3 ferocious heads. This strange beast was shrouded in the aura of death. It was one of the dozen undead creatures that were closest to the huge city. However, a black shadow caused Gu Fei's expression to change. That black shadow was the terrifying evil will that had once fought with the Fire Emperor and forced the Fire Emperor to retreat. However, even such a powerful existence was crouching on the ground at this time and did not dare to move. At this time, Gu Fei suddenly realized that Old Man Qin Huang's figure had appeared in the sky. This old man was looking at the ancient city in front of him coldly. His eyes were flickering like cold lightning. He's here too. Gu Fei was shocked. One should know that this old man was a real quasi-sovereign. He would be invincible if a sovereign didn't appear. Chapter 29:34. There was actually an incomparably huge ancient city in the depths of the ancient heavenly court. This was something that no one could imagine. In that distant era, the ancient heavenly court was the general name of a region. It occupied a very large area, as could be seen from the remains of the ancient heavenly court. However, there were no complete buildings in these ruins. All of them were either destroyed or half destroyed, but this ancient city was in perfect condition. No one knew how such a huge ancient city could be preserved so well without being destroyed. At this time, countless undead creatures were gathering in front of the city. They were so densely packed that one couldn't see the end of them. The stronger the undead, the closer they got to the city. The entire city was shrouded in a deathly aura. That pitch-black deathly aura gathered in the sky above the city, forming a black cloud that blocked the starlight, causing the area around the city to become even darker. Gu Fei stood on top of a rocky mountain and couldn't help but feel his heart palpitate after seeing this scene. He could sense a strange power shrouding the entire world. Roar! An earth-shattering roar came from the giant city, shaking the entire world. It was like the roar of an invincible king of the dead. Just what is inside this ancient city? Gu Fei muttered to himself. He was very curious as to what could summon so many undead outside the city. Many experts were observing, and no one dared to act blindly without thinking. One had to know that there were existences comparable to heavenly sovereigns among these undead. Some of them were even stronger than that. Even heavenly sovereigns weren't their opponents. Inside the skull of a white skeleton, there was a divine soul flame as bright as a divine sun, illuminating the dusky world. There were also ancient corpses emitting a sky-piercing deathly aura and extremely terrifying evil intents. However, these undead were so powerful that even saints were trembling in fear. At this time, all of them were prostrating on the ground as if they were worshipping their king. While everyone was still in shock, an extremely terrifying devouring power spread out from the ancient city. The black cloud that shrouded the ancient city violently rolled and turned into a black vortex. The endless power of death immediately gathered towards the vortex from all directions. Countless undead creatures prostrating on the ground emitted pure death energy and gathered in the huge vortex above the ancient city. Some of the weaker undead creatures were immediately devoured of their death energy and turned into dust. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei couldn't help but be incomparably shocked. The unknown existence in the ancient city was actually devouring the death essence of the countless undead outside the city. Soon, a large number of undead creatures lying on the ground turned into dust. Rays of pitch-black divine light formed by the power of death rushed towards the ancient city, disappearing from it. What happened? Gu Fei couldn't help being dumbfounded. An unknown life form was gathering death essence energy. Just what was that life form in the ancient city trying to do? Are they harvesting the fruits of their labor? Fire Emperor said with a trace of fear in his eyes. The life form in the ancient city was definitely not simple. It actually had such a method. Could it be that the entire ancient heavenly court had become a pasture for an unknown life form? Countless undead creatures were reared by this life form. Thinking of this, Fire Emperor couldn't help but be startled by this sudden thought. If that was really the case, then there would be a good show to watch. At this moment, all the undead creatures outside the ancient city were terrified. The weak undead creatures naturally didn't have any strength to resist, but the especially powerful undead creatures were different. No living creature would be willing to die, especially these undead creatures that were known for their strength. Although the mysterious undead monarch in the city was terrifying and powerful, once the undead monarch threatened the lives of the powerful undead creatures, they would definitely not obediently accept their deaths. Roar! The primordial exotic beast was the first to attack. It stood up from the ground and roared at the ancient city. Its 4 hooves pushed off the ground, and it immediately turned into a ray of black light that charged into the ghost city in front of it. Boom! The void trembled as 2 powerful undead creatures collided. However, the battle didn't last for long. It almost ended in an instant. The ancient beast was actually defeated in an instant. No one could see what happened inside the ghost city. However, the fluctuations of the undead creatures that burst out from the ghost city made the experts outside the ghost city palpitate. Those incomparably powerful undead creatures felt a great threat. Those creatures that seemed to have submitted to the monarch of the ghost city were about to rebel. The strange shadow that once gave the Fire Emperor a headache directly floated into the ghost city. Soon after, the white skeleton also moved. It turned into a ray of white light and rushed into the ghost city. The dozens of abnormally powerful undead creatures burst out and attacked the ghost city. Good, very good, huh? Gu Fei was naturally happy to see this scene. It would be best if the undead creatures inside the ghost city fought until both sides were injured. This way, he would be able to reap the benefits. Without any suspense, a bitter battle broke out in the depths of the ghost city. Those abnormally powerful undead weren't easy to provoke. Although they were very afraid of the monarch inside the ghost city, when death approached, any living being would have to risk their lives and fight crazily for a bit before death. Rumble. The entire ghost city shook. The undead creatures from the depths of the ghost city were too powerful. An endless amount of death energy enveloped the entire ghost city. However, the huge whirlpool above the ghost city did not disappear. It was still crazily devouring the death energy from all directions. A terrifying power that could cause even heavenly sovereigns to tremble was quickly condensing. Outside the ghost city, countless undead creatures were still dying. Their soul flames and undead essence were being forcefully devoured by the ghost city's power, causing them to quickly disappear. This was an incomparably shocking scene. Endless soul flames rushed out from the skulls of the undead skeletons and converged towards the black whirlpool above the ghost city. After the soul flames of the undead skeletons were completely devoured by the ghost city's power, their bones would collapse and turn into dust. At this time, a thick layer of white dust had already covered the ghost city. Countless undead creatures continued to fall down. At this time, a terrifying figure rushed out from the depths of the ghost city to fight against the undead creatures that were attacking the ghost city. However, what surprised Gu Fei was that this creature did not have a flesh and blood body. It seemed to be only a shadow that could transform into tens of thousands of shapes, instantly turned into a 9 heavens true dragon. With a swipe of its tail, it sent an undead creature flying and exploded in the sky. An abnormally powerful undead creature fell just like that and turned into a powerful undead essence that was devoured by the mysterious creature. Roar! A white skeleton rushed out and faced the sky and let out a long roar. An extremely powerful divine sense ripple spread out, and its furious roar resounded in the hearts of all the experts outside the ghost city. The white skeleton displayed its absolute power. The soul flames in its skull were burning fiercely, and it was as resplendent as a divine sun. Clang! The sound of an unsheathing divine weapon resounded. One after another, deathly sword lights rushed out from the white skeleton's skull and pierced towards that incomparably ferocious, mysterious creature. Each of the deathly sword lights displayed a terrifying lethality. Countless runes were intertwined on top of each sword light. This undead skeleton was incredible. It had already walked very far on the path of death, and it was not something an ordinary undead creature could compare to. However, the living being was like a black hole, devouring the deathly swordlight that pierced through the sky and covered the earth. Roar! The mysterious creature suddenly transformed into a strange beast. The strange beast opened its mouth and sucked, like a real dragon sucking water, and swallowed the remaining swordlights along with the undead skeleton into its stomach. An ancient strange beast, the heaven-devouring beast. Chapter 29:35. The void trembled. Two extremely frightening, devouring powers emerged from the frightening ghost town. The two mysterious creatures were desperately fighting each other. None of them wanted to be devoured by the other. Unexpectedly, the two mysterious creatures were entangled with each other in the end. They were devouring the heaven and the earth. Outside the ghost town, countless undead creatures' death essence was crazily devoured. A large number of undead creatures turned into dust. The ground was covered with a thick layer of bone dust. Even those ancient corpses that had existed for God knows how many years had fallen to the ground at this time. When the death essence within the ancient corpses was completely devoured, the undying ancient corpses also turned into black dust. Outside the ghost town, among the white bone dust, countless black human-shaped dust appeared. Those were the remains of those ancient corpses after they disappeared. In the sky above the ghost town, the huge whirlpool began to dissipate. The endless death essence converged towards the two figures entangled with each other above the ghost town. The two mysterious creatures had already reached the juncture of life and death. They were crazily plundering the death essence within the entire ancient, heavenly court's ruins. At this time, even Gu Fei and the others felt an enormous suction force surging out from the ghost town. The life essence within their bodies actually showed signs of leaking out. This, Gu Fei was incomparably shocked. One must know that he was a martial physique, and he had already taken that step. The life essence of his entire body and the martial physique had perfectly fused together. It was basically impossible for it to leak out. One could well imagine how terrifying the devouring power that was surging out from the ghost town was. The experts who were watching from afar all retreated further away in fear. Even an extremely powerful existence like the Fire Emperor had no choice but to retreat. Only old man Qin Huang was still standing high in the sky, coldly looking at the scene in the ghost town. Gu Fei didn't retreat, but he had no choice but to circulate his mystic technique to restrain his life essence. He didn't want it to leak out. Rumble, an incomparably shocking sound transmitted from the depths of the ghost town. An extremely powerful death energy erupted from the ghost town. The entire ghost town was enveloped by a layer of black light, as if it was burning. By this time, the two mysterious creatures had already devoured most of the abnormally powerful undead creatures that had invaded the ghost town. Some of the undead wanted to escape from the ghost town, but it was difficult for them to get rid of the powerful devouring power. In the end, they helped the two mysterious experts. "You want to devour me?" A spiritual fluctuation came from the depths of Ghost Town. "You and I are enemies. Why should I be polite to you?" Another wave of divine will rippled out. "You're just a drop of blood. You won't be able to cause any trouble. Just obediently be devoured by me." Waves of divine will spread out. Everyone was incomparably shocked. A drop of blood evolved. Could it be that one of the two great mysterious experts was actually a drop of blood? Such a powerful and mysterious creature, perhaps only a supreme being's blood could produce such an evil thing. You're the one who obediently let me devour you. Another divine sense said. Two silhouettes intertwined in the void. The void they were in was constantly collapsing, but it was constantly reforming and restoring itself, forming a continuous cycle. The void where the ancient heavenly court was located was incomparably stable. Even a heavenly venerable would find it hard to shake it. However, at this time, the terrifying death energy emitted by the two mysterious creatures directly shattered the void. At this time, Gu Fei was incomparably shocked. He would never have thought that these two mysterious creatures were already enemies since countless years ago. One of the mysterious creatures was actually a drop of blood of a supreme existence. It underwent some kind of transformation and evolved into a terrifying evil body. However, the origin of the mysterious creature in the ghost town was also very great. During the primordial era, this creature might have been a supreme existence. At this moment, Gu Fei had already executed the heavenly eyes of the martial path, and the scene at the center of the city caused him to be shocked to the extreme. Because at the center of the city, on an ancient sacrificial altar, there was actually a living being that was struggling out of the sacrificial altar. Gu Fei's mind was shaken. He truly couldn't believe it. On the sacrificial altar in the middle of the ghost town, there seemed to be an extremely terrifying creature tied up. It was absolutely not a human. Half of the creature's body had already struggled out of the sacrificial altar. This creature's entire body was covered in scarlet scales, and there was a pair of curved horns on its forehead. Its two fangs were long and sharp, and its pupils were emitting a blood-red light. An extremely powerful aura of death spread out from the creature's body. It was terrifying to the extreme. For stone pillars were erected around the altar, and 4 iron chains were wrapped around the creature's body, firmly restraining this abnormally powerful and mysterious creature. That creature seemed to have sensed that someone was spying on it. It suddenly turned around and looked in Gu Fei's direction. In the next instant, the mysterious creature's figure became blurry and disappeared without a trace. The place where the mysterious creature was became extremely chaotic, causing chaos in the surrounding space. Even with Gu Fei's abilities, it was difficult for him to see the creature. Good fella. Gu Fei's heart trembled. This creature was extremely powerful. Just a glance from it made him feel as if his soul was about to fly out of his body. One must know that he had already taken that step. Although he hadn't passed his tribulation yet, he was still not someone that ordinary Saint Venerables could compare to. One could only imagine how powerful that mysterious creature was. Just as Gu Fei was feeling apprehensive, he suddenly sensed 2 familiar auras. There were acquaintances appearing in the distant sky. Mingqiong, come see me quickly. Gu Fei sent out his divine will. Master. A divine will immediately came from the distant sky. A voice rang in Gu Fei's mind. Very quickly, 2 figures rushed over from the distant sky and landed on the stone mountain where Gu Fei was. These 2 were Mingqiong and the Black Qilin Tiger Emperor that Gu Fei had subdued in the prison domain. Mingqiong's identity wasn't ordinary. He wasn't a being from the human world or the heavenly realm. Instead, he was from the outside world. He was once a mighty lord of the outside world. This once mighty lord of the outside world was extremely depressed. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that he would bump into Gu Fei the moment he arrived. He couldn't wait to never see Gu Fei ever again. He was a mighty lord of the outside world. To think that he would have to acknowledge a human as his master. This was simply too embarrassing. Although Mingqiong was unwilling, he had no choice but to serve Gu Fei as his master. He didn't want to die just yet. As Mingqiong's pet beast, the Black Qilin Tiger Emperor was well aware of Mingqiong's situation. He knew that his master must be extremely sullen right now. However, when Mingqiong sensed Gu Fei's aura, he was completely dumbfounded. You! Mingqiong stared at Gu Fei as if he was looking at a monster. His face was filled with disbelief. How was this possible? How did he manage to take that step in such a short amount of time? However, Mingqiong immediately became crestfallen. It seemed like he would never be able to regain his freedom. This guy was just too abnormal. To think that he would actually take that step. No one knew better than Ming Qiong how difficult it was to take that step. It was precisely because he couldn't take that step that he entered the heavenly realm. He wanted to come here in search of an opportunity to take that step. However, it was a pity that not only did he not find the opportunity he needed, but he was also captured and imprisoned in the prison region. What was even more unfortunate was that after being imprisoned for so many years, he met Gu Fei just as he was about to break free. He was subdued by Gu Fei and had no choice but to acknowledge Gu Fei as his master. Having gained a new master out of nowhere, Ming Qiong was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. While he was away from Gu Fei, he brought the Black Qilin Tiger Emperor into the heavenly realm and searched for the passageway that led to the outside world. However, after making one round around the heavenly realm, Ming Qiong tragically discovered that all the passageways leading to the outside world had been destroyed. This meant that he couldn't go back. Of course, it wasn't that he couldn't go back, but he would have to pay a hefty price and prepare many things. However, when the ruins of the ancient heavenly court appeared, Ming Qiong knew that his chance had come. The ancient heavenly court was a legend even in the outside world. In the ancient legends of the outside world, there was once a force called the Heavenly Court that had once ruled over the outside world. Perhaps the ancient Heavenly Court would have something that Ming Qiong needed. However, Ming Qiong never imagined that he would meet his master here. If he had known that Gu Fei was here, he wouldn't have come here even if he was beaten to death. What's wrong with you? Why did you leave Wanxiang City? Are you trying to betray me? Gu Fei asked calmly without looking at Ming Qiong. How could your subordinate betray you, master? Cold sweat broke out on Ming Qiong's forehead when he heard Gu Fei's words. One had to know that his life or death depended on a single thought from the other party. Gu Fei didn't say anything. Your subordinate was trying to find a passageway to the outside world. Ming Qiong didn't dare to hide anything. Have you found it yet? Gu Fei asked. No. Ming Qiong replied. Then what are you doing here? Gu Fei asked. He was actually very interested in the outside world. The human world, the heavenly realm, and the outside world. Could this be the legendary three realms? One had to know that throughout the ages, whether it was the human world or the heavenly realm, there were 3 realms and 6 das. However, the 3 realms were the 3 realms, and the 6 das were the 6 das. No one could explain it clearly. The ancient heavenly court might have what I'm looking for, Ming Qiong said. Gu Fei couldn't help but be taken aback. What did that mean? Could there be a passageway to the outside world in the ancient heavenly court? I can sense the aura of that world. Just then, Ming Qiong suddenly said. Chapter 29:36. Inside the ghost town, the battle between the 2 mysterious creatures was about to come to an end. However, at this time, Ming Qiong suddenly said that he sensed the aura of that world. This shocked Gu Fei to the core. Could it be that the ghost town really had a passage to another world? Rumble. At this time, the void trembled and a clanging sound came from inside the ghost town. The creature that was trapped inside the ancient sacrificial altar broke free from the altar. The mysterious creature opened its mouth and inhaled. The deathly aura that shrouded the entire ghost town was instantly swallowed into its stomach. Even the 2 mysterious figures that were entangled in the sky above the ghost town were swallowed by the creature. The mysterious creature sucked in all the heavenly Tao laws into its body. Swoosh! On the stone mountain outside the ghost town, Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved when he saw this scene. This creature was too powerful and terrifying. It actually swallowed the 2 mysterious figures into its body. However, very quickly, he understood. It turned out that this mysterious creature was the original body of the figure that was fighting against the evil thought. Both of their powers came from the same source. That evil thought was merely a drop of blood, while the original body of this creature was still there. Comparing the 2, the original body of this creature was definitely stronger. The evil will formed from the Supreme Being's blood was devoured, and then refined by the creature. An extremely powerful ripple of energy erupted from its body. Roar! The strange beast with scarlet scales all over its body roared at the sky. A terrifying sound wave immediately spread out from the ghost town, creating ripples visible to the naked eye in the void. In the next moment, the creature inhaled again, and the countless undead outside the ghost town immediately turned into ashes and dissipated on the ground. The undead spiritual essence was completely devoured by the mysterious creature in one gulp. An even more terrifying aura spread out from the creature's body. Clang. The crimson exotic beast struggled fiercely. The 4 chains around its body were pulled taut. The exotic beast wanted to break the chains around its body and break free. However, no one knew what kind of divine metal the 4 black chains were made of. Although they seemed ordinary, just like normal black metal, the extremely ferocious and powerful crimson beast was actually unable to break free from the 4 black chains. Seeing this scene, all the experts were incomparably shocked. No one had thought that such a strange beast would actually be imprisoned in this incomparably huge ghost city. Even the Old Man Qin Emperor had a strange expression on his face. Old Man Qin Emperor was definitely a super antique. He had started his cultivation even earlier than the Fire Emperor. When the old man achieved Tao and became famous throughout the world, the Fire Emperor was still a snot-nosed child. Ming Qiong was shocked when he saw the scarlet exotic beast. This is the Scarlet Blood Imperial family. Gu Fei was stunned hearing this. The Scarlet Blood Imperial family? That's right. It's one of the great imperial clans in the outer realms that the living beings of the human realm and heaven realm spoke of. Ming Qiong explained. As it turned out, the Scarlet Blood Imperial family was one of the strongest clans in the outer realms. The ancestors of this clan were born from the legendary Netherocean of Hell. Wherever the experts of this clan appeared, there would always be bloody conflicts. This was because this clan was the most warlike and they fed on fresh blood. The more powerful the living being, the more delicious their blood was. There were actually experts from the outer realms imprisoned in a ghost city within the ruins of the ancient heavenly court. This was something that Gu Fei found hard to believe. However, the ancient heavenly court had once ruled over the 3 realms and 6 paths. This didn't seem impossible. During the era of the ancient heavenly court, the heaven realm and human realm should have had a passageway to the outer realms. Roar. Meanwhile, the crimson-colored beast roared as numerous crimson-red talismans surged and interweaved on its body, and then they transformed into rays of crimson-red saber light that slashed towards the 4 black iron chains that coiled around its body. The 4 black chains shook continuously. When the scarlet saber light slashed at the chains, sparks flew. However, the 4 chains remained motionless. These 4 chains were definitely extraordinary to be able to lock up such a terrifying creature. I'm afraid that only an extreme divine weapon can break these 4 black chains. Someone said something like that. Come here. The crimson exotic beast in the ghost city suddenly stopped. Then, a wave of divine sense spread out from its body. A figure in the distant sky immediately flew towards the ghost city and was forcefully pulled into the ghost city by an extremely powerful devouring power. The crimson exotic beast stretched out its hand and grabbed the expert's head. In the next moment, the expert didn't even have the chance to scream before he turned into a dried corpse. In the end, his body collapsed and turned into dust that drifted down from the sky. This unlucky expert was killed just because of a single sentence. This shocked all the living beings who witnessed this scene. The extreme divine weapon is with you. The crimson exotic beast suddenly raised its head and looked in Gu Fei's direction. Gu Fei was shocked. He immediately felt a cold aura envelop him, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. Humph! How do you know the extreme divine weapon is with me? Gu Fei sneered. Back then, he didn't understand the language of the outer realm. However, with his cultivation level, he could completely ignore the communication between different living beings. Experts could use divine sense to communicate with each other. Come here. The crimson exotic beast sneered. Then, its right hand directly grabbed at Gu Fei. Although it was very far away, Gu Fei suddenly felt an incomparably powerful suction force pulling him towards the ghost city. Ming Qiong and the Black Qilin Tiger Emperor, who were standing behind Gu Fei, immediately rushed into the sky and retreated far away. In a battle of this level, they couldn't help at all. Do you think I'm that trash from before? Gu Fei's face darkened as his eyes shone brightly. The power of the Wu's secret word burst forth from his body, cleansing the suction force that was enveloping him cleanly. The crimson exotic beast within the ghost city was stunned. It hadn't expected that this human would be able to cleanse its suction force so easily. "Lend me your extreme divine weapon," the crimson exotic beast said. Its scarlet eyes shone with an ominous glint. As it struggled, the black chains on its body clanged loudly. "Why should I lend it to you? What's in it for me?" Gu Fei stood in the void and looked coldly at the crimson exotic beast that was chained to the 4 stone pillars within the ghost city. "How about I gift you with a great encounter?" the crimson exotic beast said. "Is that so? What encounter? Tell me about it," Gu Fei said with some interest. This fella had been imprisoned for countless of years. How could it possibly have anything good on it? Even if it did, it would have been snatched away by someone else. "I know where the source of the heavenly emperor's Tao is," the crimson exotic beast pondered for a moment before replying. "What?" Gu Fei was extremely shocked. There was no way he wouldn't be moved. After all, the heavenly emperor mentioned by the crimson exotic beast was not the so-called heavenly emperor of the heaven realm. The heavenly emperor mentioned by the crimson exotic beast was the lord of the ancient heavenly court, the truly invincible heavenly emperor of the 3 realms and 6 das. In the era of the ancient heavenly court, there was only one person who could be called the heavenly emperor, and that was the lord of the ancient heavenly court. The lord of the ancient heavenly court was definitely a supreme being. Otherwise, there was no way he could command the generals of the ancient heavenly court, let alone control the 3 realms and 6 das. The source of the ancient heavenly court's emperor's Tao. Wasn't that the source of a supreme being? No one had ever heard of a supreme being leaving behind the source of a supreme being after his death. If this was true, it would surely shake the human world and the heaven realm. No one else knew about the conversation between Gu Fei and the crimson exotic beast. Chapter 29:37. In the depths of the ruins of the ancient heavenly court, inside the huge ghost city, the crimson blood mutated beast unleashed a secret technique. Although its true body was still trapped, a blurry body rushed out from between its eyebrows and fiercely pounced towards Gu Fei, who was outside the ghost city. At the same time, a blurry silhouette also rushed out from Gu Fei's forehead and charged forward. Swoosh! The 2 silhouettes collided and separated. The next moment, the void trembled and a terrifying shockwave spread out. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. Some people recognized Gu Fei, and their eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. This Gu Fei was actually powerful to the extent that he could contend against the crimson blood exotic beasts in the ghost town? "I've underestimated you." Again. In the city, the crimson beast stared at Gu Fei and grinned hideously. The blurry silhouette immediately pounced at Gu Fei's silhouette. An extremely terrifying aura of death spread out from the beast's silhouette. The silhouette of the beast was like a bottomless black hole, frantically devouring the essence of the world around it. However, the illusory figure could not devour any of Gu Fei's essence at all. Gu Fei used a secret technique to conjure a Yuan spirit shadow and fought with the illusory figure that had rushed out of the strange beast's body. A powerful shockwave spread out, causing everyone's hearts to palpitate. Swoosh! Gu Fei's soul silhouette pointed out with a finger. A beam of divine light immediately shot out and pierced through the beast's blurry silhouette. However, the silhouette of the beast was indestructible. As long as the beast's main body existed, the clone would always exist. Bang! The silhouette of the beast's silhouette slapped out and forced Gu Fei's soul silhouette back. The 2 silhouettes moved quickly in the void. They were so fast that even the saint couldn't catch them. Such speed was truly shocking. However, the battle did not last for long. Gu Fei's soul silhouette directly used the 9 secrets of immortal Tao and instantly refined the silhouette of the beast silhouette. The crimson-blooded exotic beast was shocked. What kind of divine ability is this? The crimson-blooded mutated beast roared in rage. Its entire body was filled with baleful aura, and the crimson-blooded scales on its body shone with rays of blood-red light. Mysterious runes could be faintly seen. "You think I'll tell you?" Gu Fei smiled. At this moment, His primordial spirit had already rushed back and entered his body. None of the experts had expected the first clash between Gu Fei and the Crimson Beast to end like this. They had to admit that Gu Fei was truly powerful. "Come in and fight if you have the guts," said the Crimson Beast, glaring at Gu Fei. "Goading me won't work. You'd better stay inside." Gu Fei ignored the Crimson Blood exotic beast in the Ghost City. Instead, he left the Ghost City with Ming Qiong and the Black Qilin Tiger Emperor. Gu Fei's departure surprised many people. Even old man Qin Huang had a strange expression on his face. Roar. A terrifying roar came from the ghost town. The crimson exotic beast struggled, and the clanking sounds of metal chains clashing against each other could be heard. Soon, the ghost town was once again enveloped in a thick aura of death. The black aura of death enveloped the entire ghost town, and blood-red lightning flashed within it. An eerie wind blew through the sky, and soon, a rain of blood fell from the sky. That crimson bloodline imperial expert has already become an undying life form, Ming Qiong said in a ruined valley far away from the dead city. The crimson bloodline imperial expert is not an undying life form. Gu Fei was somewhat surprised by Ming Qiong's words. The crimson bloodline imperial expert is naturally not an undying life form, said Ming Qiong. Even though the crimson bloodline imperial expert was bloodthirsty, they were not an undying life form. However, the crimson exotic beast in the ghost town had already turned itself into an undying life form. The ancient heavenly court lacked vitality, or rather, there was no vitality. Especially in the ghost town, there was no vitality at all. In order to survive, the crimson exotic beast sealed on the altar had naturally thought of all sorts of methods. In the end, it had actually turned itself into an undying life form. This was because only an undying life form could survive in such an extreme environment. One had to know that the crimson exotic beast had been sealed by the master of the ancient heavenly court. The black chains that wrapped around its body were constantly devouring its energy. Even though the crimson exotic beast had the cultivation of a sovereign, it could not withstand this. In the end, it would definitely be exhausted to death. However, when the crimson exotic beast had turned itself into an undying life form, the 4 black chains that wrapped around its body had stopped devouring its energy. This allowed the crimson exotic beast to gather a powerful death energy and become an extremely powerful undying life form of the ancient heavenly court. The crimson exotic beast was definitely an undying monarch of the ancient heavenly court. Even a quasi-sovereign wouldn't dare to say that they would be able to kill such an existence. Even old man Qin Huang was watching, let alone the others. The great Tao origin left behind by the master of the ancient heavenly court. That's a good thing. Gu Fei thought that the master of the ancient heavenly court was a sovereign. The great Tao origin left behind by a sovereign was the extreme Tao origin. He had never even heard of such a thing. If he could obtain the extreme Tao origin of a sovereign, wouldn't he be able to directly become the second master of the ancient heavenly court? However, the crimson exotic beast in the ghost town would definitely not tell him about it. Even if he helped the crimson exotic beast escape, he definitely wouldn't be able to obtain the extreme Tao origin. He had to think of a way. Gu Fei asked Ming Qiong about the matters of the Scarlet Blood imperial family in detail. However, Ming Qiong had been imprisoned in the prison domain for a long time. The things he knew were things from an ancient era. No one knew the current situation of the Scarlet Blood imperial family. It was hard to say whether or not this family could continue to exist. It must be known that an ancestor of the Scarlet Blood imperial family had gone missing. Without an ancestor of the imperial family, the Scarlet Blood imperial family had indeed encountered a crisis. Could it be that the crimson exotic beast in the ghost town is the missing ancestor of the Scarlet Blood imperial family? Gu Fei muttered to himself. In fact, Ming Qiong had already thought of this. When he first appeared, the ancestor of the Scarlet Blood imperial family had already gone missing for countless years. No one knew where the Scarlet Blood imperial family's ancestor, who was so powerful that the entire outer domain trembled, had gone. It was impossible for Gu Fei to not be tempted by the extreme Tao origin. However, he was not a fool. He naturally knew who wouldn't want such a precious thing. The crimson exotic beast would definitely not obediently tell him where it was. Let's wait and see first. Gu Fei could not think of a solution at the moment. He could only wait and see. Thus, they temporarily settled down in this valley. Although this was just a valley filled with ruins, Gu Fei took out an immortal palace from his inner world and entered it. Ming Qiong and the Black Qilin Tiger Emperor left the valley to investigate the situation outside. After Ming Qiong and the Black Qilin Tiger Emperor left, Gu Fei left a clone in the immortal palace and entered his inner world. However, when he entered his inner world, he discovered that his inner world was in a mess. There were dozens of fairy-like women rampaging in his inner world. More accurately, there were dozens of dead female immortals. For some unknown reason, the dozens of female immortals' corpses at the bottom of the immortal lake had undergone an unknown change and walked out of the immortal lake. These female immortals' corpses did not have any signs of life, nor did they have any aura of death. Instead, they were surrounded by immortal energy as if they had lost their souls. To put it more accurately, they were walking corpses. Both the Ming family and the Undying clan could not handle these soulless immortals. Moreover, the Ming family and the Undying clan did not dare to act rashly. The immortal lake was moved here by Gu Fei. No one dared to touch the things in the immortal lake. As a result, the scene that Gu Fei saw when he entered his inner world appeared. This made Gu Fei speechless. Some of the immortals had even barged into the depths of his inner world. Gu Fei had no choice but to act personally and capture all the immortals back into the immortal lake. Looks like I have to seal this immortal abode for now. Gu Fei immediately set up a sealing formation around the immortal abode. This way, the immortals in the immortal lake would find it difficult to leave the immortal lake. He had originally entered his inner world to check on the immortal lake. There were no problems with the immortal lake, and the 9 peach trees were growing well. The extreme yin and extreme yang immortal sources in the immortal lake had already fused well with Gu Fei's inner world. This made Gu Fei very satisfied. This was the immortal transformation lake of the ancient heavenly court. It contained the extreme yin and extreme yang source of the immortal Tao. Even if a pig was thrown into the immortal transformation lake, it would become an immortal. With this immortal transformation lake, Gu Fei would be able to mass-produce immortals. The legendary ancient heavenly court had so many immortal soldiers and generals guarding the 3 realms and 6 Daos because of the immortal transformation lake. As for the 9 immortality peach trees at the side of the immortal transformation lake, they were quasi-undying divine medicines. These kinds of quasi-undying divine medicines were rarely seen in the world. Eating the immortality peaches could change a cultivator's constitution, and quite a few experts had long since appeared. Although Gu Fei didn't have much ambition, he knew what the immortal transformation lake and the peach of immortality meant. To a certain extent, he could use the immortal transformation lake and the peach of immortality to create many experts. These 2 items would definitely make any expert's eyes go red with envy. After sealing the immortal lake, Gu Fei went to the ancestral grounds of the Ming family. He summoned the patriarch of the Ming family and put him in charge of the immortal lake. Then, he went to the Undying clan and summoned the 3 Undying emperors. After giving them some instructions, he left the inner world. Chapter 29:38. Ming Qiong and the Black Qilin Tiger Emperor had returned with good news. An imperial clan was preparing to attack the ghost city and slay the crimson beast inside. An imperial clan is going to attack the ghost city. Gu Fei was both surprised and overjoyed when he heard the news. To him, the more chaotic it was, the better, because the more chaotic it was, the more he could fish in troubled waters. Which imperial clan is it? Gu Fei sat on his throne in the great hall of the valley. He supported his chin with one hand and looked down at Ming Qiong and the Black Qilin Tiger Emperor. I heard that it's from the Buzhou ancestral star. Ming Qiong said. What? Gu Fei was taken aback. There were only 2 monarch clans on the Buzhou ancestral star, the Golden Emperor clan and the Purple Cloud Emperor clan. The Golden Imperial clan once produced a golden sovereign, and the Violet Cloud Imperial clan also produced a sovereign. The 2 imperial clans possessed supreme inheritances. No matter which imperial clan attacked, it would be a fierce battle. However, it was not hard to imagine that one of the imperial clans might have discovered something. Otherwise, they wouldn't have attacked the creature in the ghost city despite knowing how powerful it was. Master, what should we do? Ming Qiong asked. What else can we do? We'll just watch from the sidelines. Gu Fei said lazily. Watch from the sidelines. Ming Qiong was very surprised. This didn't seem to be his master's personality. His master was not someone who would quietly watch from the sidelines. At this moment, a powerful existence entered the ancient heavenly court's ruins. It was a tall figure shrouded in dazzling golden light. Within the dazzling golden light, golden runes interweaved. Those were golden Tao patterns. Each of the golden Tao patterns emitted a powerful aura of the great Tao. This expert's body emitted a nearly perfect great Tao aura. All the experts who saw this figure were incomparably shocked. This was because this was a quasi-sovereign. The appearance of a quasi-sovereign shook the world. The quasi-sovereign's great Tao law was already close to perfection. Even saints had to retreat when the aura of a sovereign spread out. There were still quasi-supremes in this world. However, this kind of expert would not easily appear. Even in the mortal realm and the heavenly realm, there were definitely not many of such experts. The sudden appearance of this golden-grade quasi-sovereign caused everyone to feel a great pressure. Because in the current world, extreme-grade sovereigns were basically impossible to see, and quasi-sovereigns were the strongest existences in the human world and the heavenly realm. After entering the ruins of the ancient heavenly court, the gold-class quasi-sovereign took a step forward and a golden path appeared beneath his feet, extending into the distance. This quasi-supreme being stepped on the golden path and directly disappeared into the void. He instantly went far away and disappeared under the dark starry sky. In the next moment, the golden figure appeared outside the ghost town. So it's the Golden Imperial Clan. They're really fast. On top of a stone mountain outside the ghost town, a black-robed youth muttered to himself as he stared at the golden silhouette that suddenly appeared in front of the ghost town. Behind the black-robed youth stood two powerful figures. The aura of the quasi-supreme being spread out from the body that emitted dazzling golden radiance. The area within a radius of 10,000 miles became a forbidden zone for saints. Saints below the great saint realm could not withstand the supreme aura that spread out from the quasi-supreme being. Even Ming Qiong and the Black Qilin Tiger Emperor, who were standing behind Gu Fei, felt the great pressure. However, the aura that spread out from Gu Fei's body enveloped them and counteracted most of the pressure from the quasi-supreme being. It turned out that the Golden Imperial Clan was going to attack the living being in the ghost town, and they came so quickly. Roar! At this time, a furious roar resounded from within the ghost town. An extremely terrifying death aura surged out from the ghost town. A huge figure appeared in the sky above the ghost town, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws at the golden figure outside the ghost town, as if it was going to pounce on the golden-grade quasi-sovereign at any time. Another one who's coming to die? A wave of divine sense spread out from the ghost town, and after that, the clanking sound of iron chains colliding could be heard from the ghost town. The living being in the ghost town was incomparably insolent. Even though the other party was a quasi-supreme, it didn't seem to put the other party in its eyes. This made Gu Fei a little surprised. Could it be that the fellow in the ghost town was so powerful that he could ignore a quasi-supreme being? I'll kill you, the golden-grade quasi-sovereign said. After that, he took a step forward and instantly entered the ghost town, and directly attacked the undying living being. A great battle broke out, and a terrifying wave spread out from the ghost town, causing the entire ghost town to shake. The powerful energy of a quasi-supreme had shaken the entire ancient city. This was the terrifying battle strength of a quasi-supreme. It could even shake the void where the ancient heavenly court was located. The quasi-supreme had made his move, and this wasn't a small matter. One should know that many people were staring at the ghost town, and the appearance of a quasi-supreme had caused a commotion. After so many years, a living being of this level had finally jumped out and appeared in the eyes of the people. Golden Imperial Clan, how many years has it been? To think that this fellow is still alive. Outside the ghost town, in the air, a figure muttered to himself. This person was none other than Old Man Qin Huang of the Qin clan. This old man had an extremely great origin. He was an old ancestor of the Qin clan. The Qin clan was a power that had existed for countless years. There was naturally a reason for their existence. A clan with a quasi-supreme martial artist overseeing it would not decline, and no one would be able to shake such a clan, unless it was a supreme martial artist or a human emperor who made a move. Other than Old Man Qin Huang, Gu Fei also discovered the Fire Emperor in the air. The Fire Emperor had already taken that step. He naturally had the qualifications to spectate the battle. Other than the Fire Emperor, Gu Fei also sensed two extremely concealed auras. Clearly, there were quasi-supreme beings hiding at the side and didn't reveal their true bodies. Rumble. It was as if the ghost town was in an uproar. Streaks of pitch-black spatial cracks extended out from within, and sonorous noises rang out incessantly. That undying creature was roaring, displaying power that was enough to contend against a quasi-supreme being. A life form from the outer realm? Such a voice rang out from within the ghost town. The golden quasi-supreme being made his move. The laws of 10,000 Daos rumbled and transformed into extremely terrifying golden Dao swords that pierced through the crimson-blooded mutated beast that was trapped between the 4 stone pillars. That crimson-blooded beast didn't dare to be slow. One must know that this was a quasi-supreme, a powerful existence only inferior to extreme Dao sovereigns. If a supreme being didn't appear, a quasi-supreme would be invincible. You want to kill me? You aren't strong enough. The crimson-blooded beast roared in rage. It was both shocked and infuriated. One must know that if it was at its peak, it would be able to kill this fellow with a single slap. Old Man Heaven Emperor. When the crimson-blooded beast thought of how it would end up in such a state, it almost went crazy. It wanted nothing more than to tear that Heaven Emperor into pieces. This beast was extremely ferocious. It waved the chains around its body, shattering the countless golden Dao swords that shot towards it. Roar! The crimson-blooded beast opened its mouth and spat out a crimson-colored flame that burned towards the golden quasi-supreme. The moment this crimson-blooded flame appeared, it actually burned the void. One must know that the void of the ancient heavenly court was exceptionally stable. It was a void that had been specially reinforced and refined by a supreme being. Even a saint sovereign would find it hard to shake it, let alone shatter the void here. The demonic energy contained within the crimson-blooded flame was too powerful. However, it couldn't even withstand a single blow from a golden quasi-supreme. The golden figure extended his hand. A powerful suction force immediately gushed out from his palm, directly grabbing the crimson-blooded flame that was burning towards him and completely refining it. Swish! The golden figure directly pointed out with a finger. A golden light shot out, piercing through the crimson-blooded beast's forehead. Within the golden light, there were golden Dao patterns. This was the embodiment of a nearly perfect great Dao. However, when this golden light pierced through the crimson-blooded beast's forehead, it actually couldn't penetrate its skull. The physique of a supreme being. The golden quasi-supreme was shocked. The opponent's physique was too powerful. Even he couldn't penetrate it. How could he fight against it? Haha, only now do you know that this daddy was once a supreme being. What can you do to me? The crimson-blooded beast laughed maniacally. What? Outside the ghost city, Gu Fei was extremely shocked. This crimson-blooded beast was actually once an invincible supreme being. This was truly unbelievable. The physique of a supreme being was definitely the strongest physique in the world. Only an extreme divine weapon could injure this physique. However, Gu Fei didn't want to make a move, at least not for the time being. However, the Golden Imperial clan was a cultivation clan that once had an extreme supreme being. There was definitely something left behind by a supreme being in the Golden Imperial clan. Buzz. At this moment, a rumbling sound rang out from the ghost city. An immortal golden light suddenly appeared in the ghost city. Following that, a miserable scream rang out from the ghost city. The crimson-blooded beast was incomparably shocked. Another resplendent golden light appeared. With a clanging sound, a metal chain was severed by the golden light. That metal chain immediately turned into a black dragon and fiercely pounced towards the golden figure. The crimson-blooded beast was extremely powerful. Even though the golden quasi-supreme used an extreme divine weapon, he still dared to fight against the golden quasi-supreme. The golden quasi-supreme who used an extreme divine weapon had the absolute upper hand. He was practically suppressing the crimson-blooded beast. The immortal golden light constantly appeared, and the scarlet blood supreme being's arms were chopped off one after another. Roar. The crimson-blooded beast roared crazily. The blood on its body was burning, turning into streaks of crimson runes that imprinted themselves on the golden quasi-supreme. Every single crimson rune emitted a torrential blood-red light that dyed the entire heaven and earth the color of blood. It was as if a terrifying sea of blood had appeared in the ghost city. This Chapter 29:39. The crimson-blooded beast that was imprisoned in the ghost town was extremely ferocious. It didn't hesitate to ignite its own blood essence to fight against the golden quasi-supreme. Dark black blood flowers blossomed on his body, then flew up and emitted endless blood light as they flew towards the golden quasi-supreme being's imprint. That was the blood of a supreme being. Although there wasn't much of the supreme being's power left in the blood essence, it still emitted a terrifying aura. Every single blood flower seemed as if it wanted to shatter the heavens and earth, annihilate the universe. Rumble. The void trembled. At this point in the battle, the crimson-blooded beast was fighting with its life on the line. It didn't hesitate to use up the last bit of the supreme being's blood in its body. This supreme being's blood essence was absolutely terrifying to the extreme. If it was an ordinary supreme being, he or she might encounter great trouble as their body would be instantly penetrated by this supreme being's blood essence. However, the golden quasi-supreme being came prepared. With the extreme divine weapon in his hand, he was impervious to all evils. With a shake of the extreme divine weapon in his hand, the blossoms of blood that were flying towards him exploded one after another, turning into a blood mist that dissipated in the air. The supreme being's blood was being destroyed one after another. Buzz. An immortal golden light blossomed from the golden quasi-supreme's hand. Every single golden light pierced through the void. Clang. Two sounds of metal clashing resounded. Then, the last two black chains that were entangling the crimson-blooded beast were severed by the immortal golden light. The extreme divine weapon in the golden quasi-supreme's hand was actually a golden lotus. The immortal golden light emitted from the golden lotus. Ha ha! The crimson-blooded beast laughed. Although its body was penetrated by the golden lotus light emitted from the golden quasi-supreme's hand, it was still laughing. It was finally free. After being imprisoned for so many years, it didn't hesitate to sever its supreme being cultivation to become an undying life form. It only had one goal, and that was to survive. Now, not only did it survive, it was also free. Roar. The crimson-blooded beast roared in rage. It immediately turned into a bloodlight and soared into the sky, wanting to escape from the ghost town. However, the golden quasi-supreme would not let it escape so easily. The golden lotus in his hand flew up and instantly enveloped the entire sky. Boom! The crimson light that the exotic beast had turned into collided with the layer of golden light spreading from the golden god lotus, and was repelled. You! Don't push me too far. The crimson-blooded beast was both shocked and furious. The other party had an extreme divine weapon, so it was at a disadvantage. The last bit of supreme being blood in its body was also about to be used up. At this moment, the crimson beast's body had already recovered. Even the places that were pierced by the immortal golden light were the same. There was still the remaining sovereign blood in its body. Even if it was injured by a sovereign divine weapon, it could still recover. So what if I force you? The golden quasi-supreme being said. With the extreme Tao divine weapon in his hands, he wasn't afraid that this undying creature would overturn the heavens. Aren't you afraid of a life and death struggle? The crimson beast said through gritted teeth. It's a pity that the fish will die this time, but the net won't break. His tone was still as calm as before. No one could see his appearance clearly. He was like a golden phantom, but he gave off a feeling of being extremely powerful and invincible. That might not be the case. Maybe the net will break, But the fish won't die. The crimson beast sneered. It stared at the golden quasi-supreme being with an ominous glint flickering in its blood-red eyes. Let's give it a try then. The golden quasi-supreme being was incomparably domineering. At this moment, the energy emitted from the golden divine lotus had already enveloped the entire ghost city. Even a quasi-supreme being wouldn't be able to rush out from the ghost city. At this moment, a divine lotus floated above the ghost city, actually dispersing all the death aura. A divine and powerful aura filled the space between heaven and earth. At this moment, outside the ghost city, Gu Fei sensed that the extreme Tao divine weapon in his body was actually reacting to the golden divine lotus. The mountain and river cauldron, the violet gold divine sword, and that peerlessly ominous saber were all humming. The extreme Tao divine weapon seemed to be awakening. This caused Gu Fei's heart to tremble. He was incomparably shocked. At this moment, he could clearly sense that the gaze of the golden figure in the ghost city was directed at him. At this moment, the crimson beast that was trapped in the ghost city suddenly let out a sinister laugh. After that, an extremely resplendent, blood-red light rushed out from the top of its head. It was like a blood-red divine sun had appeared between heaven and earth, emitting endless blood-red light, illuminating the entire world in the color of blood. This is, on the stone mountain outside the ghost city, Gu Fei was incomparably shocked as he looked at the scene in the ghost city. Within that blood-red light, there was actually a terrifying aura that caused one's heart to palpitate. Sovereign's blood. That was actually a ball of sovereign's blood. The aura of a sovereign erupted from that ball of blood-red light. Gu Fei immediately activated the power of the mountain and river cauldron, enveloping himself, Ming Qiong, and the black Qilin Tiger Emperor, isolating them from the sovereign's aura. Sovereign's blood. Within the ghost city, the near-immortal figure exclaimed. The aura emitted by this blood was too powerful. He had no choice but to recall the golden divine lotus to protect himself. Swoosh! That ball of blood-red light instantly turned into a blood saber and slashed upwards. The power of a sovereign erupted, and the scarlet blood saber light instantly broke through the layer of golden light that enveloped the sky. This was the collision of the sovereign's power. The blood saber formed from the sovereign's blood seemed to be able to slice through the entire world with a single slash, slashing through the sky. The stars in the sky were all trembling, as though they could fall from the sky at any time. The crimson beast took advantage of this opportunity and directly soared into the sky, charging out of the ghost city. Ha ha, the net is broken, but the fish isn't dead. How about it? The crimson beast laughed maniacally as it directly charged into the sky. Roar! The immortal golden figure let out a furious roar, causing the entire ancient city to shake violently. Sinister cracks appeared on the surface of the city, as though it could collapse at any time. The golden quasi-sovereign was infuriated. He directly rode his golden divine lotus and soared into the sky, chasing after the crimson beast. However, the blood saber formed from the sovereign's blood slashed towards the golden quasi-sovereign at this moment, stopping him. Preposterous! The golden quasi-sovereign attacked furiously. The golden divine lotus in his hand emitted rays of immortal golden light, blocking the incoming blood saber. Then, a ball of golden flames surged out from the golden divine lotus and burned the blood saber. It was a supreme Tao flame formed from interweaving golden runes. The supreme Tao flame that erupted from the extreme Tao divine weapon caused the blood saber's radiance to dim. However, this blood saber was formed from the sovereign's blood, so it wasn't an easy task to refine it. Rumble! High up in the sky, the void trembled. The golden supreme flame of the way wrapped around the blood knife formed by the blood of supremacy. The two kinds of supremacy's power intertwined, and the essence of the blood of supremacy was constantly being destroyed by the golden supreme flame of the way. At this time, the golden quasi-sovereign couldn't split himself to chase after the crimson beast. However, even though the golden quasi-sovereign couldn't split himself, Gu Fei still chased after it. He used the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao to escape into the void, leaving no traces behind. Aside from Gu Fei, there were other powerful existences that chased after the golden quasi-sovereign. By the time the golden quasi-sovereign finished refining the sovereign's blood, more than half a day had passed. The crimson beast was long gone. At this time, Ming Qiong and the black Qilin Tiger Emperor didn't follow Gu Fei. Instead, they lingered around the ghost town. They waited for the golden quasi-sovereign to refine the sovereign's blood and leave the ghost town before entering the ghost town. The crimson beast wasn't bad. Even though it had turned into an undying life form, it still had a ball of sovereign's blood sealed in its body. In fact, the crimson beast had a far-sighted vision. It had left behind a ball of sovereign's blood in consideration of its future. With that ball of sovereign's blood, it would be able to turn its undead life-form body back into a sovereign's body after breaking free. That way, it could become an invincible sovereign once again. However, the crimson beast didn't expect the golden quasi-sovereign to rush over with an extreme divine weapon. It had messed up its plans, so it could only use the ball of sovereign's blood sealed in its body to stop the golden quasi-sovereign. However, the crimson beast had lost the opportunity to turn its undead life-form body into a sovereign's body. The crimson beast hated the golden quasi-sovereign to the core. However, the golden quasi-sovereign was holding an extreme divine weapon. It wasn't a match for him, so it could only choose to run. Gu Fei tailed the crimson beast. The crimson beast charged into the depths of the ancient heavenly court. Soon, a towering mountain appeared in front of him. It was a completely pitch-black mountain. However, there was primal chaos chi swirling around that enormous mountain. When it got closer, Gu Fei was shocked to discover that it was only half a mountain. The upper half of the mountain had fallen to the ground and turned into a huge mountain range. There was chaotic aura lingering at the place where the mountain was broken. What's going on? Could it be that in the great battle back then, even this chaotic divine mountain was broken in half? Gu Fei's heart shuddered. One should know that this mountain was a chaotic divine mountain. It wasn't something that could be destroyed by ordinary sacred-level beings. A great battle between supremes had taken place in the ancient heavenly court back then. Only a great battle between supremes could destroy this chaotic divine mountain in the ancient heavenly court. The crimson beast soared into the sky and arrived at the place where the chaotic divine mountain was broken. Then, it charged into the chaotic aura. What's going on? Gu Fei was surprised to see this. What was the crimson beast trying to do by escaping here? At that moment, Gu Fei sensed other auras appearing in the distance. Some experts had chased after them. They hid themselves in the distance and didn't reveal themselves. These guys. Chapter 2940. Today's weather was pretty good. The wind was gentle and the sun was bright. The southern mountain range and the Luoxia mountain range were as tranquil as ever. The people of the Luoxia city worked from sunrise to sunset, living a peaceful life. Although the Luoxia city was located in the middle of the mountain, it wasn't a big city and it wasn't completely isolated from the rest of the world. However, the people of the Luoxia city had very little contact with the outside world. For the people of the Luoxia city, it was a paradise. They were used to living a peaceful life, and they enjoyed it very much. If the Luoxia city was a paradise in the Luoxia mountain range, then the Luoxia courtyard outside the Luoxia city was a paradise within a paradise. At this time, the sun was already high up in the sky. On the jade steps outside the Luoxia courtyard, a fire Qilin was lying down and yawning lazily. It seemed as if it was still asleep. The courtyard was filled with pavilions, terraces, small bridges, and flowing water. In addition, there was a faintly discernible immortal light lingering in the air. This place was absolutely worthy of being called an immortal land. In fact, the Luoxia courtyard was built by the Luoxia city lord for his granddaughter Yin to live in. There was only a low-quality spiritual vein under the courtyard. However, ever since Yin moved in, everything changed. Under Yin-er's remodeling, an ordinary spiritual land had turned into a celestial land. At this time, in the backyard of the courtyard, a beautiful silhouette was sitting on a stone bench beside a small lake. She was propping up her cheeks and teasing a fist-sized fluffy chick in front of her. Why was he gone for so long? The white-clothed woman said. She raised her head and looked towards the sky. The chick in front of her was lying on the table. It was tidying up the hair on its body that was messed up by the white-clothed woman. At this time, high up in the sky, in the depths of the starry sky, a black mass was gradually approaching the heavenly continent. This mass was incomparably huge, just like a continent. Some of the super experts of the heavenly realm were already aware of the seriousness of the problem. If the ancient heavenly court ruins collided with the heavenly realm, it would be a disaster. No one was willing to see this scene. However, at this time, a chase was taking place inside the ancient heavenly court ruins. The Crimson Blood Beast was finally free. After it escaped from the ghost town, it charged into the depths of the ancient heavenly court ruins and arrived in front of a chaos divine mountain. The chaotic divine mountain was a divine mountain that had been nurtured in the primal chaos before the world was created. This was the center of the ancient heavenly court. The entire ancient heavenly court was built with this chaos divine mountain as the center. However, this immortal mountain had actually been broken by someone. This caused Gu Fei to be incomparably shocked. One must know that the entire mountain had been nurtured in the primal chaos for countless years. Apart from extreme supremes, no one could destroy this mountain. The Great War of Extreme Tao destroyed this divine mountain. Chaotic energy was spewing out from where the chaos divine mountain was broken. It was as if a chaotic world was evolving there, emitting a heart-palpitating fluctuation. By the time Gu Fei caught up, the Crimson Beast had already charged into the massive chaotic aura above the chaotic divine mountain. However, Gu Fei didn't dare to rashly charge in. He didn't know what was inside the chaotic aura. He wasn't an impulsive person. Planning before acting was his style. Only then could he reach this point and become an existence that could take that step forward. Not long after Gu Fei arrived, he sensed an obscure aura nearby. It was a powerful existence whose cultivation was definitely not below his own. Gu Fei cultivated the 9 secrets of immortal Tao. When he used the anti-void secret art, no one could sense his presence. The mysterious expert was also observing and didn't make a move. However, the void near the chaotic divine mountain quickly collapsed. Then, a door of light appeared in the void. A dozen powerful figures rushed out of the door of light and appeared between heaven and earth. After the dozen figures rushed out of the light gate immediately disappeared into the void. Gu Fei didn't expect the mysterious expert to make a move so quickly. This expert was still hiding in the void, but he released a dozen subordinates to spearhead the attack. The cultivation of these experts wasn't weak. The leader was even a great sage. Of course, the existence of the great sage realm wasn't enough in the ancient heavenly court ruins. Only existences at least at the holy venerate level were qualified to compete for the various divine treasures in the ancient ruins. The great sage directly led his group of subordinates into the chaos and disappeared. Chaotic divine light flashed in the chaos from time to time. After half an hour, someone rushed out of the chaos above the chaotic divine mountain in fear. This person wasn't the great sage leading the team, but a sage. This sage was covered in blood. There was a big hole in his chest, and crystal-clear sage blood was seeping out of the wound. Sage blood was different from other blood. Sage blood contained the divine path law. For ordinary cultivators, sage blood was definitely more precious than divine medicine. A drop of sage blood could refine a furnace of great medicine. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei, who was hiding at the side, couldn't help but be taken aback. At this moment, the sage who rushed out of the chaos seemed to be scared out of his wits. He frantically rushed into the distant sky. A cold snort sounded in the distant sky. Then, a big hand directly grabbed out of the void and grabbed the sage who had fallen into madness. Swoosh! At that moment, a beam of golden light peeked out from the distance. Before that gigantic hand could grab that saint, that beam of golden light had already wrapped around that saint and pulled him away. What, then? A figure stepped out of the void. The figure seemed to be surrounded by stars. With just one step, he instantly caught up to the saint who had been swept away by the golden light. He then slammed his palm towards the void in front of him. Rumble! The void trembled, and a river of stars rushed out of the expert's hand, colliding with the other side. The extremely powerful power of the stars erupted. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei, who was hiding at the side, couldn't help but be surprised. So this guy actually cultivated the star power. It seemed like this guy was a star quasi-sovereign. There were cultivators who could condense the star power and cultivate to become an extremely powerful existence. Humph! A cold laugh was heard from the opposite side of the star quasi-sovereign. Then, an unbelievably powerful figure walked out of the void. Swoosh! With a swipe of his finger, the starry sky that was charging towards him was sliced into two. The dazzling starlight instantly dimmed. At this moment, the power of a quasi-sovereign spread out. How could the sage who was swept away by the golden light withstand such power? Pfft! A ball of bloody light appeared, and the physical body of the sage, who was swept away by the golden light, was instantly turned into a bloody mist. Only a ball of divine light wrapped around a primordial spirit and soared into the sky, wanting to escape. However, at this moment, a huge golden hand reached out from afar and grabbed the primordial spirit of the sage. What? The quasi-sovereign Xingqian and the other quasi-sovereign were both taken aback. At this moment, the huge golden hand retracted, and a golden figure stepped on a golden path from afar and walked over. The powerful aura of a quasi-sovereign emanated from his body. A quasi-sovereign of the monarch clan. The star quasi-sovereign and the figure that seemed to have completely fused with the void were shocked when they saw the golden quasi-sovereign. This madman has finally come. Previously, this madman had killed his way into the city of death and caused the Crimson Beast to flee desperately, not daring to fight against him. Many people knew about the origin of this quasi-sovereign. The reputation of the Golden Imperial clan of the ancestral star of the Buzhou ancestral star was like thunder to the ears of the cultivators of the soaring dragon ancestral star. There was also the Ziyun clan of the Buzhou ancestral star that had arrived at the ancestral star of the soaring dragon ancestral star. There was naturally a mysterious passage connecting the 5 ancestral stars of the human realm. It was not necessary to use the ancient road of the human race to travel to and from the various galaxies with life. The ancient road of the human race was just a path of training. It was a harsh test for the human race that had set foot on the ancient road. Countless cultivators who had set foot on the path of cultivation wanted to become an expert. However, it was definitely not an easy task to become an expert. Chaotic life form. At this moment, the golden quasi-sovereign spoke. He had directly read the primordial spirit of the sage that had rushed out from the chaos, and he knew what had happened in the chaos. Since none of you dare to enter, I'll be the vanguard. The golden quasi-supreme martial artist looked around before taking a step forward. Stepping on the golden path, he charged into the primordial chaos of the Chaos Divine Mountain. The primordial spirit of the sage that he had grabbed in his hand dissipated with the wind. A powerful sage had actually fallen just like that. His body and soul were completely destroyed. In other words, he could not even be a ghost anymore. Since the golden quasi-sovereign wanted to be the vanguard, the other quasi-sovereigns who were hiding at the side were naturally happy to see it happen. However, after the golden quasi-sovereign charged into the chaos, he seemed to have disappeared. Even the aura of an expert like the golden quasi-sovereign had completely disappeared. What was there in the chaos that could actually isolate the powerful aura of a quasi-sovereign? An hour passed, but the golden quasi-sovereign did not come out. 2 hours passed, and it was still the same. No one knew what had happened in the chaos. However, there was one thing that everyone knew. The golden quasi-sovereign would not be in trouble, and he would not be trapped in the chaos because he had the golden lotus of extreme Tao. Chapter 29:41. Near the broken chaotic divine mountain, some experts could no longer sit still. That was because the golden quasi-sovereign had already entered the chaotic void above the sacred mountain for a long time, but there was still no sign of him coming out. One must know that the golden quasi-sovereign had the extreme golden lotus. Other than the extreme supremes or quasi-sovereigns with extreme divine weapons, no one could do anything to him. If there was really any creation in the chaotic void above the sacred mountain, it would probably have been taken by the golden quasi-sovereign. Swoosh! A black shadow silently rushed towards the chaotic void above the sacred mountain. With just one step, it disappeared into the chaotic void. Another quasi-supreme being charged into the chaotic void. At this moment, some of the quasi-sovereigns who were hiding near the chaotic divine mountain appeared. Among them, a lady in white was the most eye-catching, because she was the only female quasi-sovereign. What shocked Gu Fei was that the aura of the lady in white seemed familiar, as if he had known her before. He was curious as to why he would have such a feeling. Although the female quasi-sovereign had appeared, no one could see her face. She was enveloped by the power of the great Tao. Even Gu Fei, who was also a quasi-sovereign, could only see a blurry silhouette. How is this possible? Gu Fei was puzzled. Among the people he knew, there was no female quasi-sovereign, but why did he feel a sense of familiarity towards this female quasi-sovereign? The other quasi-supremes were all watching from afar, but very soon, another quasi-supremes walked over from the distance and then entered the primal chaos void. Moreover, after these quasi-sovereigns entered the chaotic void above the chaotic divine mountain, they seemed to have disappeared. None of them came out. Could it be a trap? Someone said something like that. A trap that can kill a quasi-sovereign? That doesn't seem impossible. Someone muttered. If that was really the case, and 3 quasi-sovereigns were trapped inside, it would be a huge event that would shake the entire human world and heavenly realm. It would cause unimaginable waves. Gu Fei was in no hurry. He continued to observe. During this period, he sensed the auras of the Fire Emperor and Old Man Qin Huang. The 2 quasi-supremes had already arrived near the Chaos Divine Mountain. Old Man Qin Huang was a super antique, and his knowledge was extraordinary. He stared at the place where the chaotic divine mountain was broken, his brows furrowed tightly, and his expression was extremely grave. Just as the group of quasi-supremes gathered near the chaotic divine mountain, there were quite a few silhouettes appearing in the ghost city that was nearly destroyed by the battle between the golden grade quasi-supremes and the scarlet blood exotic beasts. Some people thought that there should be a lot of good things inside the ghost city. However, after those people entered the ghost city, they discovered that the dangers inside the ghost city were truly unimaginable. Someone accidentally stepped on a drop of blood on the ground, and he immediately turned into a pool of blood. Not only was his flesh, blood, tendons, and bones destroyed, but even his soul was melted away by a strange power. There were also people who were enveloped by an inconspicuous cloud of dust, and then their entire bodies turned into a cloud of dust, completely disappearing. The things in the ghost city were simply too strange. They looked ordinary, but once someone touched them, they would immediately die in the ghost city. Perhaps only the golden grade quasi-supremes, the strongest existences in the mortal world and heavenly realm, could walk around the ghost city without any worries. What's going on? I clearly sense the aura of that world, but why can't I sense it anymore? Ming Qiong muttered to himself on the roof of a house in the ghost city. He carefully sensed his surroundings, but he couldn't sense anything. Master, are you sure that you can really sense the aura of your hometown? The Black Qilin Tiger Emperor, standing behind Ming Qiong, said. You're doubting me, Ming Qiong said angrily. I don't dare. The Black Qilin Tiger Emperor hurriedly said. Ming Qiong didn't say anything else, and directly walked towards the next location. In the ghost city, he had to be very careful and cautious, or even he would be in danger. During the time when the ancient heavenly quartz ruins appeared, Gu Ling and her disciples who had set foot on the primordial ancestral star were chased by people, and they almost died. They hid in a dangerous place and were blocked inside. They were in a very bad situation. Those who dared to chase after them were naturally not good people. Among these people, the Dongfang family made up the majority. Only the people of the Dongfang family dared to hunt down Gu Ling and the others in the open. The others were all secretive and only dared to act in the dark. One must know that Gu Ling was Gu Fei's beloved daughter. Not everyone dared to openly oppose Gu Fei. This was a mountain range filled with murderous aura. The entire mountain range had a strange blood-red color, as if it had just been dyed red by immortal blood. Many cultivators had gathered at the entrance of this mountain range. The person in the lead was the Dongfang family's elder, who had been taught a terrible lesson by Gu Ling and the others. Elder, why don't we just kill our way in? A young cultivator behind the elder asked. The Dongfang family's elder was looking at the blood-red mountain range in front of them. Idiot, do you know what this place is? This is the Blood Demon Ridge, a dangerous place of great danger. It's a famous danger zone on the ancient path of the human race. The Dongfang family's elder was furious. But we can't just stand here like this, the Dongfang family's elite said. How dare you speak out when I say you're stupid? Scram. The Dongfang family's elder was furious. This guy was too useless. What kind of place was the Blood Demon Ridge? How could he just barge into it? The Dongfang family's elite was dissatisfied, but he didn't dare to say anything else. He obediently shut up. Let's see how long you can hide in there. The Dongfang family's elder looked at the mountain range and sneered. Master, what do we do now? They're guarding outside. We can't go out. Yin spoke to Gu Ling in a cave in a call in the Blood Demon Ridge. Ming Long and Zhao Hao were both looking at Gu Ling. Let those guys wait outside. Let's see how long they can hold out. Gu Ling smiled slyly. This, Yin and the others couldn't help but be surprised. Gu Ling and the others were in danger, but they could still hold on. But this danger zone was truly frightening. There were unknown life forms roaming about, while Gu Ling and the others were stuck in the Blood Demon Ridge, in the heavenly world, in the depths of the endless starry sky, in the chaotic, sacred mountain of the ancient, heavenly court. The white-robed female quasi-supremacy finally moved. She took a step forward and instantly entered the chaotic void, disappearing inside. Chapter 2942. There were already a few quasi-supremes who entered the chaos above the chaotic divine mountain, but none of them returned. None of them came out. No one knew what was in the chaos. Some guessed that it was a trap, while others guessed that there might be great opportunities inside. Otherwise, those quasi-supremes would have come out. At this moment, even the white-robed female quasi-supremes could not sit still. She charged into the chaotic void and disappeared into the chaotic aura. Seeing this, Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat. With a thought, a figure immediately walked out of his body and turned into another him. Then, he walked out of the void. Fire Emperor, who was hidden in the sky, could not help but be stunned when he saw Gu Fei walk out. This guy had always been cautious. Why couldn't he sit still this time? Even old man Qin Huang was surprised. Gu Fei's incarnation was so fake that no one could see through it. Even old man Qin Huang could not tell that it was just an incarnation. While his real body was hidden in the void, Gu Fei's incarnation took a step forward and instantly entered the chaotic void above the chaotic divine mountain. Gu Fei's incarnation had the power of the secret technique of the immortal path, successfully deceiving everyone. This was the safest method. Gu Fei's real body was still hidden in the void. He did not take action personally, but he released an incarnation into the chaotic void to take the lead. Gu Fei used the indestructible battle body. The moment Gu Fei's indestructible battle body clone entered the chaotic void above the chaotic divine mountain, a bolt of chaotic lightning struck towards him. Gu Fei's indestructible battle body clone quickly raised his hand and blocked the bolt of chaotic lightning. It turned out that the chaotic light that flashed continuously in the chaotic void was this kind of chaotic lightning. This kind of chaotic lightning carried a terrifying aura of destruction. If an ordinary sage was struck by the primal chaos lightning, he would be half dead, if not dead. Gu Fei's indestructible clone kept moving forward. A ball of golden light spread out from his body, blocking out the chaotic aura and chaotic lightning that flashed from time to time. Rumble. This part of the primal chaos void was extremely chaotic. From time to time, thunderclaps could be heard, and the primal chaos essence violently collided and rubbed against each other, producing streaks of primal chaos lightning. After traveling for an unknown period of time, Gu Fei's indestructible avatar suddenly sensed a strange fluctuation coming from the front. Then, he saw an incomparably shocking scene. In the chaos void in front of him, there were actually many things floating in the air. The smell of blood wafted into Gu Fei's nose. Then, he saw a broken magic tool and a bloody corpse. It's the sages who entered this place before. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei's clone could not help but frown. The subordinate of the Quasi-Supreme had died here. He counted carefully, and there were actually 9 corpses floating in the air. These were all the corpses of the sages. In addition to the sage who had rushed out crazily, the dozen or so subordinates of the Quasi-Supreme had almost been annihilated. The remaining few sages were nowhere to be found, and they were more likely to have perished than survived. Under careful observation, Gu Fei's clone found that these sages' deaths were a little unusual. Their bodies were too badly damaged, as if they had been bitten by some terrifying beast. The sage weapons that these people used were also in a state of being shattered. It was obvious that this was a sign that the sage weapons had been hit by a huge force and had been shattered. To be able to shatter a sacred artifact, Gu Fei's clone could not help but be shocked. Who killed these people? Gu Fei's clone was very curious. At this moment, a sound that sounded like a beast's roar suddenly came from the chaotic aura nearby. At the same time, Gu Fei's clone felt that he had been targeted by some living being in the dark. Could it be that the unknown living being that had killed these people was still lingering nearby? This seemed a little unbelievable. One must know that there were several Quasi-Supremes who had entered the primal chaos void before him. Even if there was an unknown living being occupying this chaotic void, it was impossible for the few Quasi-Supreme to not notice it. Once discovered by a Quasi-Supreme, there was no reason for them not to be killed. However, in the chaotic aura ahead, an unknown powerful living being had truly appeared. Streaks of chaotic lightning shot out from the chaotic aura ahead, wreaking havoc in the chaotic aura. Just as Gu Fei's clone was still in shock, roars suddenly sounded from the chaotic aura in front of him, and the entire chaotic aura immediately shook violently. Gu Fei's clone was shocked to discover that the mass of primal chaos chi in front of him had erupted with a ball of dazzling primal chaos lightning. A terrifying aura of destruction spread out from the ball of primal chaos lightning. The chaotic aura dissipated, and a beast appeared before Gu Fei's eyes. Gu Fei's clone was shocked when he saw the ferocious beast. It was a ferocious beast that had been extinct for countless years. The ferocious beast was covered in black scales and had the head of a qilin. However, its body was similar to a dragon's, but it was very different from a dragon's body. Gu Fei's clone noticed that the beast's tail was short and small. Chaotic lightning beast. Gu Fei's clone stared at the beast in front of him and muttered to himself. It was no wonder that these sages had to die here. It turned out that these people were too unlucky to have encountered such an extinct primordial beast. The primal chaos lightning beast was a powerful beast that was born from the primal chaos. This lightning beast was incomparably ferocious. It opened its mouth and sucked in all the corpses floating in the primal chaos, swallowing them into its stomach. Seeing this, Gu Fei's clone could not help but snort coldly. This chaotic lightning beast was showing off to him. He could clearly see a trace of disdain in the eyes of the chaotic lightning beast. It's just a beast. Do you think you can eat me for sure? Gu Fei's doppelganger smiled as a wave of spiritual will spread out from his body. Human, how dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Aren't you afraid that I'll eat you up? Immediately, a voice rang out in the heart of Gu Fei's clone. This was a communication through spiritual will. There was no need for words to communicate. One could understand what the other party wanted to say. Hee, I'm used to being arrogant. Can't help it. Gu Fei's clone shrugged. You seem to be a little different. The Chaos Lightning Beast seemed to be able to tell that Gu Fei's clone was a little different from the others, but it wasn't so sure. However, it knew that this clone was much stronger than the humans it had eaten before. Come, let me see what kind of abilities you have, you bastard. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.